Chapter 1559. Along the way, they encountered many nebula burial mounds. However, they did not see any signs of damage. Logically speaking, with the Azure Bird's previous actions, many of the nebula burial mounds should have been torn apart. However, that was not the case. Lu Yi guessed that the torn nebula burial mounds would slowly heal. 2 months later, the starboat finally left the Thousand Hills burial mounds range. Lu Yi looked at the star map, feeling excited. According to the star map, he only needed to pass through the explosion zone to reach the Jade Conch galaxy. This showed just how remote the Jade Conch galaxy was. Lu Yi did not know what the other galaxies were like, but based on the direction he was heading, the closest galaxy to the Jade Conch galaxy was indefinite. However, the two galaxies were separated by 3 regions. The first was the territory of the insect race. Even with the starboat, it took Lu Yi more than 3 months to pass through it. After that was the Thousand Hills burial mound and then the explosion zone. It also took 3 months to pass through the Thousand Hills burial mound. However, the explosion zone covered a much larger area than the Thousand Hills burial mound. Lu Yi estimated that it would take at least half a year. After passing through the explosion zone, he finally reached the edge of the Jade Conch galaxy. If he wanted to return to the 9 states, he would have to travel a long way. Unlike the relative safety of the Thousand Hills burial mound, the explosion zone was filled with danger. Even if Rizhao accidentally got sucked in, he would be injured, if not killed. Fortunately, most of the dangers in the explosion zone could be observed in advance. Thus, he had to be careful when traveling in such a place. After the star boat entered the zone of mayhem, Lu Yi didn't dare to be distracted at all. Instead, he kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings. At first, everything was peaceful. However, a few days later, Lu Yi suddenly discovered unusual movements that were rapidly approaching them from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. When he looked carefully, he saw that there seemed to be something like a tornado coming from that direction. However, it was different from a normal tornado. This tornado that appeared in the starry sky was extremely large, and the area it covered was also extremely terrifying. Many asteroids of various sizes were caught in the tornado, and they spun rapidly. It was a chaotic scene. The word explosion in the chaotic explosion zone referred to the cosmic magnetic explosion. That tornado was not a real tornado, but a manifestation of a force field. It was something similar to a magnetic force field, which was why it was so dangerous. The magnetic force field was simply the nemesis of cultivators. No matter how high one's cultivation was, being in the magnetic force field would be greatly suppressed. Once one was involved in this kind of magnetic explosion, under the premise that it was difficult to exert all of one's strength, it was very likely that one would be unable to resist the impact of the large and small meteorites. Therefore, when traveling in the chaotic explosion zone, one had to follow a principle. They had to stay as close to the dead stars or desolate stars in this area as possible. This way, even if they accidentally encountered such a magnetic storm, they could find a place to hide in time. Upon seeing the tornado-like magnetic storm, Lu Yi took over the steering of the starboat and drove it towards a desolate star in the vicinity. He landed directly on the back of the desolate star, found an isthmus, and went in with Yaya. As for Li Shan, he had already hidden in Lu Ye's spirit sea at the first opportunity. For ordinary cultivators, the magnetic storm was a great threat, but for the soul race it was simply fatal. Just as he hid, Lu Yi heard a continuous, whistling sound pass by his ear. Obviously, the magnetic storm was blowing over. And under the influence of this magnetic explosion, Lu Ye's body could not help but sink, and all his spiritual power seemed to be imprisoned in his body, unable to be activated. In this state, he was just in existence with a relatively strong physical body. Instinctively, he activated the power of the talent tree, wanting to resist the suppression of this magnetic explosion. But Lu Yi soon remembered that the power of the talent tree did not seem to have much effect on the suppression. He had tried this when he was in the 9 states. When he first went deep into the 9 states, to investigate the situation of the insect race's great mystic realm. He had borrowed the power of the Dragon Emperor, who could completely isolate the influence of the magnetic field. But what surprised him was that after activating the power of the talent tree, the fuel reserves of the talent tree were rapidly consumed. At the same time, his body became lighter, and the suppression disappeared without a trace. Lu Yi was slightly stunned, but soon understood. The talent tree was not the talent tree of the past. Back when he went deep into the insect race's great mystic realm to investigate, the talent tree had only undergone one transformation. Today, it had undergone 3 transformations, and its power was naturally stronger than before. It was just that the price to pay seemed to be a little high. This kind of force field suppression was invisible and continuous, so the talent tree had to maintain a state of incinerating impurities at all times to burn away the invisible force field that invaded the body. Naturally, it would be a heavy burden on the fuel reserves of the talent tree. The fuel reserves of the talent tree now could not withstand such consumption. Instead of using it to resist the suppression of the magnetic explosion, it would be better to use it for cultivation in the Wanxiang Sea. Thinking of this, Lu Yi gently put Yaya down, then summoned the Dragon Emperor to protect himself, and then held Yaya in his arms. Lu Yi could clearly feel that Yaya was also being suppressed by the magnetic field. Her small brows were furrowed, and she looked unhappy. However, she had Rizhao's backing after all, so Lu Yi wasn't sure how much this suppression would affect her. This magnetic explosion lasted for half a day before it was over. Only then did Lu Yi put away the Dragon Emperor and rush out of the isthmus with Yaya in his arms. Looking in the direction of the magnetic explosion, he summoned the planetary boat again and hurried on. Although there were many dead stars and desolate stars in this chaotic explosion zone that could be used as shelter, if one was unlucky and could not find a suitable place to take shelter when the magnetic explosion arrived, it would be equally troublesome. In such a strange place, Li Shang was of no help at all. Ever since he hid in Lu Ye's divine ocean, he had not shown himself. Lu Ye's luck was not bad. He had encountered such magnetic storms several times in a row and found a place to take shelter in time. But there was always a time when one's luck ran out. Once again, he saw a magnetic storm in the distance. Lu Yi hurriedly looked around, but he did not find any traces of dead stars or desolate stars. Seeing that the magnetic storm was about to sweep over, Lu Yi could only grit his teeth and summon the Dragon Emperor again. He then grabbed Yaya and placed her on his chest with one hand, preparing to resist the magnetic storm this time. Instead of dodging, he turned around and faced the magnetic storm head-on. Only by going in the opposite direction could he get out of the range of the magnetic storm more quickly. The huge dragon spine saber had been summoned, and the scarlet figure, which was 30 feet tall, rushed into the magnetic storm. It was like a drop of water falling into the sea without a single ripple. Before, Lu Yi had been looking for a suitable place to take shelter, and it was difficult for him to understand the horror of this magnetic storm. Now that he was in it himself, he immediately realized how dangerous it was. Being in the middle of it, he soon lost his sense of direction. No matter how hard he tried, he could only follow the direction of the magnetic storm. If that was all, it would be fine. The key was that there were countless meteorites mixed in the magnetic storm. After an unknown period of time, each meteorite was moving at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yi held the dragon spine saber and tried to cut down a few meteorites that were crashing toward him. As a result, his arms were numb from the impact. In a moment of carelessness, he was hit by a huge meteorite. Even with the protection of the Dragon Emperor, Lu Ye's blood was boiling and he saw stars. In the magnetic storm, Lu Yi struggled to move. Under this kind of starry sky, the strength of an individual was too small. After more than 2 hours, Lu Yi still couldn't pass through the magnetic storm. He even wondered if he could pass through it. Being wrapped up in the magnetic storm like this, he often couldn't control himself. Just as Lu Yi was having a headache, he suddenly felt Yaya's aura recover. In the blink of an eye, Yaya's aura was at Yu Yao's level. But that was it. It seemed that the magnetic storm had a great suppressive effect on her. Before Lu Yi could understand what was going on, Yaya grabbed him by the arm and dragged him in a certain direction. There was clearly some urgency on her face. The next moment, Lu Yi felt an extremely frightening suction force coming from another direction. That suction force felt familiar, and then he was surprised to see that the meteorites around him had changed directions and were heading in the direction of the suction force. Yaya's hand was exerting force, and it was obvious that she was fighting against the suction force. But no matter how hard she fought, the two of them, one big and one small, were still slowly being pulled by the suction force. They followed the magnetic storm and slid in the direction of the suction force. The magnetic storm around them was getting smaller and smaller, gradually disappearing into nothingness. The suction force was also extinguished. Lu Yi, who was dizzy and disoriented, saw a pair of eyes shining like the sun. They were staring in his direction. When he looked behind him, he saw a huge bird's head and a bird's body that was as big as a star. It was glowing with a green light. A green bird. Lu Yi was surprised. He didn't expect to see the huge green bird again in this place. But this time, the green bird gave him a different feeling. Last time, the green bird hadn't shown any interest in him. This time, Lu Yi could feel a trace of hostility in its eyes. "Dad, take it off," Yaya suddenly said. She looked a little nervous. Although Lu Yi didn't know what was going on, he hurriedly removed the dragon throne and put it away. The cyan bird stared at him for a while, causing Lu Ye's heart to tremble in fear. Fortunately, the trace of hostility in its eyes slowly disappeared. Then it slowly turned around and flapped its wings twice, as if to fly away from this area. Lu Yi looked around. The magnetic storm that had enveloped him before had disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never been there. The magnetic storm couldn't have disappeared for no reason. Combining his previous experience with the green bird in front of him, Lu Yi had a vague guess. But it was strange that the green bird had come here from the Thousand Hills tomb. Seeing that it was about to flap its wings and leave, Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. He took Yaya and flew onto its back. The next moment, Lu Yi felt the stars move. End of chapter. Chapter 1560. The speed of the blue bird was not something that Lu Yi could compare with when he was driving the star boat. It was at least 10 times faster, and this was when the blue bird was obviously not using its full strength. Lu Yi wondered how fast it would be if it used its full strength. It was hard to tell how strong the blue bird was. The only thing Lu Yi was sure of was that it was stronger than Yaya. After using her full strength, Yaya had indeed weakened again. She curled up in Lu Ye's arms and fell asleep. Lu Yi sat on the back of the blue bird and let it fly him forward. He constantly took out the star chart and compared it with the surrounding stars. When he was caught in the magnetic storm, he had lost his way slightly. It was very troublesome to lose one's way in the starry sky, so he had to quickly find his way back. Fortunately, the star chart given by the reincarnation tree was quite detailed. Lu Yi spent some time to confirm one thing. The direction the blue bird was going was exactly the direction he needed to go. This was not bad. He could hitch a ride. Lu Yi did not see how the magnetic storm disappeared before, but he had some guesses. But after flying with the blue bird for 2 days, he finally saw it with his own eyes. The blue bird seemed to have come here specifically to look for the star magnetic storm. Whenever it found one, it would immediately pounce on it, excitedly. Then it would open its huge beak and swallow the extremely huge tornado into its mouth. Even the meteorites in the star magnetic storm were all swallowed by it. Lu Yi could not figure out where the blue bird came from. It could eat the things in the tomb of 1,000 hills, but it could also eat the magnetic storm. In just 10 days, Lu Yi was surprised to find that he was about to pass through the chaotic explosion zone. In his original plan, it would take about half a year to pass through the chaotic explosion zone, and this was the result of the blue bird's occasional delay in swallowing the magnetic storm. If it did not delay, it would be even faster. The blue bird changed its direction, obviously unwilling to leave the chaotic explosion zone so quickly. Seeing this, Lu Yi quickly jumped off its back and watched it leave. In a few breaths, the blue bird's huge figure turned into a small in his field of vision. Lu Yi summoned his star boat again and took Yaya aboard. Following the star chart's guidance, they flew for about 20 days without incident and finally left the chaotic explosion zone. Strictly speaking, they had arrived at the Jade Conch Galaxy, but this was only the border of the Jade Conch Galaxy. Lu Yi was excited. He recalled when he was chased by Tang Jun and accidentally fell into the insect path and entered the Wanxiang Sea. Several years had passed in the blink of an eye. After going through untold hardships, he finally returned to the Jade Conch Galaxy. He didn't know what the situation was like in the 9 prefectures, but before he left, he gave some purple amulets to eldest senior brother and the others. In an environment like Jade Conch, self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. Looking at the starry sky in all directions, Lu Yi found it very strange. Lu Yi had never been to this area, so he naturally could not see the familiar stars. According to the star atlas given by the reincarnation tree, it would take about 4 to 5 months to return to the 9 states from here. This was the tragedy of a cultivator who had just been promoted to a large domain. No matter what they did, the efficiency was very low. It took many generations of accumulation to reach a normal level. But Lu Yi did not plan to return to the 9 provinces directly. This was because this trip back to the Wanxiang Galaxy was not only about the 9 provinces, but also the entire Jade Conch Galaxy. Therefore, he was prepared to make a trip to the Qingli Dao world or the Yulua Dao world to inform them in advance and let them prepare. In this way, when he pulled out the people from the 9 states, he could gather them and set off without wasting any time. However, the star chart given by the reincarnation tree only marked the location of the 9 provinces. Lu Yi did not know where the Qingli Dao world and the Jade Conch domain were. But since everyone was in the same galaxy, there must be cultivators of the 9 provinces wandering outside. If he was lucky, he might meet them. He could ask around and find out. Thinking of this, Lu Yi first flew forward along the route to the 9 provinces. But the further he went, the more disappointed he was. This was because there were many traces of spiritual jades in the starry sky. This meant that there were few or no traces of cultivators of the 9 provinces in this area. Otherwise, these spiritual jades would not continue to exist. Places with abundant spirit jades were usually places where people rarely went. Even astral beasts rarely appeared. Lu Yi was not in the mood to collect those spiritual jades. He was used to being extravagant. 1 or 2 pieces of spiritual jades really did not interest him. If he had the time, he could just go to the Wanxiang Sea and catch a white spirit. It would be worth thousands of spiritual jades. After flying for more than a month, Lu Ye's spirits were finally roused. This was because the further he flew, the fewer traces of spirit jades there were. This meant that there were either star mansions frequently appearing in this place, or there were star beasts active. Sure enough, Lu Yi soon encountered some star beasts. His original expectation inevitably turned into disappointment. A few days later, a bounded domain appeared in front of him. Lu Yi looked at it carefully and found that it was indeed a bounded domain. It was not a dead star or a desolate star. This bounded domain was full of vitality. There must be living creatures active in it. As to what level this bounded domain was, he would have to go deeper to explore it. The only thing he was sure of was that this was not the Qingli Dao world or the Jade Conch sector. This was because there were no signs of cultivators of the 9 provinces outside the bounded domain. There were indeed only 3 large bounded domains in the Jade Conch galaxy that could be confirmed. 1 was the Jade Conch, 1 was the Qingli Dao world, and 1 was the 9 provinces. But there were far more than 3 bounded domains that were full of vitality. Many bounded domains were simply full of vitality and did not even have living creatures in the traditional sense. Some bounded domains had living creatures, but they were just ordinary animals and plants. Or some bounded domains had reached the level of cultivation, but the level was not high. Just like the blood refining domain, there were active figures of the blood clan in the Divine Sea. But because it had not given birth to any cultivators of the 9 provinces, it was not considered a large, bounded domain. There should be some bounded domains like this in the Jade, Conch Galaxy. Lu Yi was not very clear about the situation of the bounded domain in front of him. After thinking for a while, Lu Yi put away the starboat and rushed toward the bounded domain with Yi. Since he was passing by, there was no harm in taking a look. After all, it would not take too long. Passing through the thick clouds, Lu Yi immediately saw the scattered cities and villages below. Using his eyesight, he could even see some of the active figures in those cities and villages. This was a bounded domain occupied by the human clan, and from all kinds of signs, the human clan in this bounded domain was actually involved in the level of cultivation. This was because Lu Yi saw some traces of flying spirit boats. He did not feel any hostility from the bounded domain. Presumably, the will of this bounded domain was not very strong. However, Lu Ye's brows slowly furrowed. This was because he vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this bounded domain. Looking from the starry sky, this bounded domain was indeed full of vitality. Logically speaking, it should be a thriving bounded domain. But when he went deep into it, Lu Yi had a strange feeling. He always felt that there was something wrong with this bounded domain. Lu Yi could not figure it out, so he called Li Shang. Li Shang flashed out from his divine sea and checked carefully. She nodded and said, "There is indeed something wrong." But as for what the problem was, she could not tell. She looked at Yaya in Lu Ye's arms and asked softly, "Yaya, did you find anything?" She and Lu Yi were only constellations. It was normal for them to have poor eyesight. Although Yaya's mind was damaged, she still had the foundation of sunshine. Perhaps she could see something. Yi bit her thumb and pointed in a direction. "There's something there." "What is it?" Lu Yi asked quickly. "I don't know." Yaya shook her head and then looked in another direction. She said happily, "Daddy, it's so lively there. Let's go there." Lu Yi had long noticed the liveliness there. He did not know what day it was, but all the cities in the entire bounded domain, and even the places where people gathered, were decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Especially the city that Yaya pointed to. There were many people gathered there. Seeing Yaya's interest, Lu Yi did not want to disappoint her. He said, "Then let's go." After traveling in the starry sky for so long, Lu Yi also wanted to join in the fun. Yaya was even happier. She climbed onto Lu Ye's shoulder like a monkey and rode on his neck. Lu Yi flew over in a flash, Li Shang following closely by his side. Although there were cultivators in this bounded domain, the highest level was only at the True Lake realm. Lu Yi and Li Shang deliberately hid themselves. How could those people notice? Soon they entered the city. The city was bustling with activity. Everyone was happy as if it was the new year. Lu Yi spread out his spiritual will and listened attentively. He slowly understood what was going on. This realm was called the Clear Wind Realm. Every 10 years, there would be cultivators from the upper realm who would come to pick suitable cultivators and bring them to the upper realm for cultivation. Every year, it was the grandest festival in the Clear Wind Realm. Firstly, it was to welcome the arrival of the cultivators from the upper realm. Secondly, it was to select the best cultivators in this realm. What surprised Lu Yi was that, according to the conversations of the cultivators in this world, the so-called upper world was actually the Qingli Taoist world. What a coincidence! Lu Yi had been looking for cultivators from the Qing Li Dao realm or the Yu Luo realm in the starry sky. In the end, he could not find them after a month. He accidentally passed by the Clear Wind realm and found out about the Qing Li Dao realm. From this point of view, the Clear Wind realm was the lower realm of the Qing Li Dao realm. It was a subordinate realm of the Qing Li Dao realm, just like the relationship between the blood refining realm and the 9 states. There are no more blood kindred in the blood refining realm. There were only a large number of humans living there. The major sects in the 9 states had divided a part of the territory. The good cultivators born in those territories had the opportunity to be brought to the 9 states to cultivate. Although the method was different from here, the results were the same. It was just to select the best talents. End of chapter. Chapter 1561. The people from the Qingli Dao world would be here in 3 days to pick up a batch of cultivators. Since that was the case, he only needed to wait here for 3 days, and then he would be able to rush back with the people from the Qingli Dao world. With that in mind, Lu Yi turned his head and saw Li Shang and Yaya standing in front of a stall, one big and one small, holding something in their hands, cheeks puffed up, eating happily. Lu Yi walked up and found that the stall seemed to be selling something like tonghulu, but the fruit on the tonghulu was obviously not an ordinary fruit, but a kind of bright red spirit fruit. The big one and the small one ate very quickly. In a few bites, they finished a skewer. In a few bites, another skewer. When Lu Yi came over, both of them were holding a skewer in their hands. Lu Yi was a little puzzled. It was normal for Yaya to be like this. She was just a child, but why was Li Shang like this, and she was a soul? Was it okay to eat these things? As if noticing Lu Ye's gaze, Li Shang's face was slightly red. He deliberately avoided looking at him, and ate more vigorously. The stall owner opposite them was beaming with joy. In a moment, the tonghulu was eaten clean by Li Shang and Yaya. The stall owner said, 362 high-grade spirit stones. The things he sold were not very popular, mainly because the price was a little expensive. He sold a few sticks after a few days, but he did not expect 2 big customers to come and buy it all. He was naturally happy. Li Shang and Yaya licked the sugar stains on their lips together, then turned to look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was looking around. When he reacted, his expression could not help but stiffen. They obviously wanted him to pay the bill, but they were already in the constellation realm, who would have spirit stones on them. As early as when he ascended to the constellation realm, Lu Yi left the things he did not need in the treasury of the Jade Blood Sect. Yaya did not have anything. He did not expect her to pay the bill, and Li Shang did not seem to have anything like a storage ring, but he could use other things to pay the bill, such as spirit treasures or spirit pills. But the strongest cultivator in the Qingfeng realm was only Zhen, who, Lu Ye's spirit treasures were all top level. Even if he took them out, the people of the Qingfeng realm would not be able to use them, not to mention spirit pills that could be used by the constellation realm. Zhen, who would not end well if he took them. He couldn't possibly dine and dash, right? The stall owner seemed to be able to see Lu Ye's dilemma, and his face darkened. Dear customer, if you do not pay for your food in the Clear Breeze City, you will have to consider the consequences. In order to welcome the arrival of the great cultivators from the upper realm 3 days later, the security in Clear Wind City could be said to be extremely tight. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would be sentenced to death. Therefore, although there were many cultivators gathered in Clear Wind City at this time, no one dared to disobey the rules. Wait a moment, Lu Yi said, his figure flickering and disappearing. That stall owner was stunned. Even though his cultivation level wasn't very high, it was still at the level of Yun He. Yet he couldn't see how Lu Yi disappeared. He immediately understood that Lu Ye's cultivation level was much higher than his, and was most likely a peak true lake stage cultivator. At the same time, on the west side of Qingfeng City, in the encampment of the Zhenyang sect, the Zhenyang sect's leader, Zhu Shang, looked to the side with a serious expression. Beside him were the elders of the Zhenyang sect. At this moment, all the elders were watching nervously. In front of these people, there was a woman in her 20s sitting upright. Her face was red and hot steam was rolling off her body. She looked like she was about to be cooked. Beside her, there were 2 cultivators dressed like medical cultivators who were treating her injuries. After spitting out the blood, the woman's condition improved slightly, but that was all. How is it? Zhu Shang asked nervously. One of the medical cultivators shook his head and said, Zhu Yu was injured by yang fire. If the yang fire is not removed, it will be very difficult for her to recover. However, Sect Master can rest assured that her life is no longer in danger. As long as we bring her back and slowly recuperate, she will definitely recover within half a year." Hearing this, Zhu Shang didn't look happy. Instead, his body swayed as if he was struck by lightning. Half a year! The cultivators from the upper world would arrive in 3 days. The grand competition of this realm was also in full swing. How could they make it in half a year? The cultivators from the upper world would only come to the Qingfeng realm once every 10 years. The grand competition of this realm was also held once every 10 years. According to the rules set by the cultivators from the upper world, preparations had started half a year ago. The 3 levels of Lingxi, Yunhe, and True Lake would compete. In the end, the top 10 of each level would be chosen. A total of 30 people would be able to leave with the cultivators from the upper world to cultivate in the upper world. In the Qingfeng realm, the Zhengyang sect could be considered one of the major sections. However, in this generation, the disciples from the Lingxi and Yunhe levels did not perform well. Only Zhu Yu from the True Lake realm had appeared. She had a high chance of competing for the top 10 positions. In the end, she was injured in the battle just now. If it was a normal injury, it would be fine. However, Zhu Yu's injury was very serious. There was no possibility of her continuing to participate in the grand competition. To be accepted into the upper world to cultivate was the dream of all cultivators in the Qingfeng realm. For the sects of the winners, it was a rare honor. Not only could they obtain rich resources from the cultivators from the upper world, if their disciples could establish themselves in the upper world in the future, they could also repay the sect. Therefore, the major sects of the Qingfeng realm attached great importance to this grand competition. It could be said that any disciple who had a chance of winning would receive great nurturing and expectations. Zhu Yu was only 1 step away from the final victory. In the end, she fell here. Naturally, Zhu Shang and the group of elders were heartbroken. "Sect Master, now that things have come to this, we can only wait for the next 10 years. Fortunately, Zhu Yu is still young. Even if another 10 years pass, she won't lose her qualifications," an elder consoled. Zhu Shang's expression was bitter. Indeed, now that things had come to this, the Zhengyang sect was powerless to reverse the situation. They could only wait for the next 10 years and hope that their disciples would perform better. "Do you need help?" An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. The group could not help but be startled. When they looked up, they were all shocked. This was because an unfamiliar young man had appeared here without them noticing. It was as if he had been standing there the whole time. However, before he spoke, no one noticed him. Immediately, an elder-level True Lake cultivator shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Zhengyang sect's territory?" However, the young man did not seem to hear him. He only looked at Zhu Shang and said, "I can cure her, but I need some spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones." The elder who spoke earlier said sternly, "Ignorant brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Take him down." The 2 medical cultivators who treated Zhu Yu earlier were the 2 strongest medical cultivators in the sect. They were famous in the entire Clearwind realm. However, even they could only save Zhu Yu's life. This young man who suddenly appeared had a saber at his waist. He looked experienced and was dressed like a weapon cultivator. How could he know how to save people? At his command, the cultivators of the Zhengyang sect were about to move. However, Zhu Shang raised his hand. "Everyone stop." He stared at Lu Yi and said in a low voice, "You know how to save people." "I can save her." Lu Yi looked at Zhu Yu and scanned her with his divine sense. He already knew the situation in her body. If it were not for the fact that he needed spirit stones to pay, he would not have bothered to interfere. To think that he, a late-stage constellation cultivator, would have to worry about spirit stones one day. If others knew about this, they would laugh their heads off. It was truly a case of a hero who was stumped by money. If you can't cure her in half a day, then it's meaningless. Zhu Shang continued. Half a day later, Zhu Yu would participate in the next competition. I don't need half a day. As Lu Yi said this, he directly walked up to Zhu Yu and patted her on the shoulder. Zhu Shang instinctively wanted to stop him, but he could not hold himself back. The main reason was that he could not see through Lu Ye's background. Moreover, Lu Yi looked so calm and at ease, as if he was really confident. Their sect was already out of ideas. Since the other party was so confident, there was no harm in giving it a try. Lu Yi did not even circulate his spiritual power. He only slightly activated the power of his talent tree and scanned it along the flow of spiritual power in Zhu Yu's body. After the talent tree had undergone 3 transformations, Lu Yi knew that the talent tree could not only burn away the impurities that had invaded his body, but could also burn away the impurities in other people's bodies. However, he still needed to control it carefully, so as to avoid hurting others instead of saving them. Zhu Yu's situation was nothing more than yang fire entering her body. Even if another force had invaded her body, the talent tree could naturally burn it all away. Originally, under the treatment of the 2 medical cultivators, Zhu Yu's condition had improved slightly, but it was only a slight improvement. But at this moment, with Lu Ye's palm, Zhu Yu's flushed cheeks quickly returned to normal, and her difficult expression became peaceful. Her originally hot body no longer had the slightest abnormality. The cultivators of the Zhenyang sect were dumbfounded. Even though they did not know the exact situation, they knew from Zhu Yu's change that Lu Ye's method was effective. But how was this possible? Such a method was simply amazing. The medical cultivator in particular looked with all his might, trying to find some clues, but he could not find anything. Lu Yi casually took out a spiritual pill and scraped some pill powder from it. He pinched open Zhu Yu's mouth and gently blew the pill powder into her mouth. Only then did he take 2 steps back and say, "Rest for a while. You should be fine." The cultivators of the Zhenyang sect were dumbfounded. After a while, Zhu Shang ordered the 2 medical cultivators, "Examine her." The 2 medical cultivators seemed to have just woken up from a dream. They hurried forward and examined her. Both of them were shocked. After a while, one of them said, "Sect Master, Zhu Yu, she's fine." They looked at Lu Yi, who was on the side, and were almost shocked to the core. Zhu Shang laughed loudly. His previous dejection was swept away, and he looked at Lu Yi. "Fellow Taoist," Lu Yi stretched out his hand. "My reward." Zhu Shang's words were interrupted, but he didn't care. He quickly took out a storage ring. Then he looked for a group of elders nearby and poured all the spirit stones he had into the storage ring. Then he handed it over to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took it without a word. Chapter 1562. Sect Master, Zhu Yu is awake. The medical cultivator suddenly exclaimed. Zhu Shang quickly went forward to check. Sure enough, Zhu Yu slowly opened her eyes. She didn't look too tired or weak. Instead, her eyes were full of energy. How do you feel? Zhu Shang asked nervously. Zhu Yu said, I'm fine. Who saved me just now? Although she was a little unconscious, as a cultivator, she could still sense something. She knew that the person who saved her wasn't from the Zhenyang sect. It's this fellow cultivator. Zhu Shang looked back as he spoke, but Lu Yi was nowhere to be seen. No one noticed when Lu Yi disappeared, just like how he suddenly appeared. In front of the street stall, Lu Yi hurried back to pay the stall owner's bill. Then he took Li Shang and Yaya to wander around. He had a lot of spirit stones, so he wasn't afraid of them. As they walked past, Li Shang bought a lot of trinkets for Yaya and dressed her up beautifully. He also bought a few new sets of clothes for her. After changing into the new clothes, Yaya looked even cuter. Lu Yi was bored as he followed the two of them. He wished that a moon jade star beast would appear in front of him and fight. Half a day later, Lu Ye's eyes lit up because someone blocked his way. It was an elder from the Zhenyang sect. Judging by his posture, he was obviously here to find him. What's the matter? Lu Yi asked. The elder bowed first, and then said, "Please forgive me for disturbing you. The sect master of the Zhenyang sect is grateful for your saving grace, so he specially ordered us to find you. Please do come and stay at the Zhenyang sect's encampment for a while." Lu Yi was delighted. This person from the Zhenyang sect came at the right time. He nodded and said, "Since your sect master invited me, then lead the way." He looked at Li Shang. "Let's go together?" Li Shang snorted. "Go by yourself. I'll take Yaya around." With that, he pulled Yaya's little hand and squeezed into the crowd. Lu Yi didn't understand what was so interesting about a place at the true lake level. The Zhenyang sect elder said, "Don't worry, fellow cultivator. I'll immediately send a female disciple to follow Madam and your daughter. Our Zhenyang sect will bear all their expenses in Qingfeng City." Lu Yi nodded. "Thank you." The other party was clearly expressing goodwill and had even helped him out of his predicament. Lu Yi naturally had no need to refuse. The elder immediately took out a communication device and gave a few instructions. Only then did he lead Lu Yi to the Zhenyang sect's encampment. He appeared very humble along the way. Lu Yi guessed that the other party must have noticed something. Although he deliberately didn't use his spiritual qi and didn't want to expose his cultivation level, the other party wasn't a fool. It was impossible that they didn't notice. Originally, when he learned that Lu Yi had come, Zhu Shang had immediately ordered a banquet to be prepared, but Lu Yi had no intention of attending. He was just a consolation, so he really had nothing to talk about with a bunch of true lake cultivators. It was not that he looked down on them, but they were at different realms and had different experiences, so they could not talk to each other. If he had the time, he might as well refine a few pieces of spiritual jade and just ask the Zhenyang sect to prepare a quiet room for him. The Zhenyang sect did not dare to be negligent. Lu Yi was soon led into a quiet room. The people from the Qingli Taoist world would only arrive 3 days later, so he decided to hide here for 3 days. As for Li Shang and Yaya, he didn't have to worry at all. If he wanted to find them, he could just send a message, refining the spiritual jade and deducing the spiritual inscriptions. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. There was still no news from Li Shang. He was probably having fun with Yaya. Outside the quiet room, a woman hesitated. It was Zhu Yu, who had been saved by Lu Yi. When she woke up, Lu Yi had already disappeared. Now that she knew that her savior was here, she naturally wanted to thank him in person. However, Lu Yi was meditating, so she didn't want to disturb him. Every time after participating in the competition, she would wait here to see if there was a chance. She was puzzled. Was the person here really a cultivator from the upper world? The reason why she had such an idea was not because she saw anything, but because it was Zhu Shang's guess. Although the Qingfeng realm was only a realm at the level of the true lake because it was a subordinate realm of the Qingli Taoist world, many cultivators from this realm were taken to the Qingli Taoist world. Therefore, the cultivators of the Qingfeng realm were not ignorant of the higher level of cultivation. Previously, in order to help Zhu Yu recover as soon as possible, Lu Yi took a healing elixir and scraped some powder. Zhu Shang saw it and was extremely shocked, because the elixir that Lu Yi took out was very similar to the elixir used by the cultivators of the constellations. Coupled with Lu Ye's magical means, Zhu Shang naturally had some ideas. Under normal circumstances, the cultivators from the upper world would only arrive in the Qingfeng realm the next day. However, no one stipulated that they had to do so. It was normal for them to arrive a few days earlier or later. Right now, there were already traces of a great cultivator from the upper realm in the cool breeze realm. He even came here to save Zhu Yu. Zhu Shang couldn't help but misunderstand. He wondered if this great cultivator from the upper realm had taken a fancy to Zhu Yu herself or her aptitude and wanted to bring her to the upper realm. That was why he came to help. However, no matter the situation, it was always right to build a good relationship with them in advance. Therefore, he instructed Zhu Yu to find an opportunity to thank Lu Yi in person. Unfortunately, since Lu Yi came here, he had been staying in the quiet room and did not show up. Even if Zhu Yu wanted to see him, she could not do so. After waiting for a while, seeing that the next round of competition was about to begin, Zhu Yu was about to leave. However, at this moment, the door of the quiet room suddenly opened. Then, an unfamiliar young face appeared in her sight. Zhu Yu was delighted and quickly bowed down. Zhu Yu from the Zhengyang sect greets Taoist brother. Thank you for your help. Lu Yi glanced at her and said, Come with me. As he said this, he walked out. Although Zhu Yu was confused, she still followed him closely. Soon, they were out of the main hall where the quiet room was located. Lu Yi activated his spiritual energy and wrapped it around Zhu Yu, then shot into the sky. Zhu Yu exclaimed in shock. She finally confirmed that this young man who looked younger than her was indeed a great cultivator from the upper realm. This was because the spiritual energy waves on his body were something she had never felt before. It was incomparably dense and solid. Even a peak true lake cultivator like her was as insignificant as an ant in front of him. This commotion also alarmed the group of people from the Zhenyang sect. However, when they came out to investigate, Lu Yi and Zhu Yu were nowhere to be seen. After some questioning, they found out that the two of them had shot into the sky for some unknown reason. In midair, Lu Yi flew rapidly in a direction. With the protection of his spiritual energy, although Zhu Yu would not be in any danger, his shocking speed still made her tremble in fear. Have there been any shocking changes in the 3,500-kilometer distance? Lu Yi asked as he flew. The reason why he suddenly walked out of the quiet room was that he had sensed some abnormalities. Just now, he suddenly felt that the foundation of the entire Clear Wind realm was rapidly slipping away. Moreover, there were some strange movements coming from the depths of the ground. Because it was too far away, the true lake cultivators of this realm could not sense it. Only a constellation like him could sense it. He did not know what was going on. He happened to see Zhu Yu at the door, so he brought her over to ask about it. After all, Zhu Yu is a cultivator of this realm, so she should have some understanding of the situation there. Hearing this, Zhu Yu made some calculations and said, There have not been any shocking changes, but there is an abyss there. Abyss? What's so special about it? There doesn't seem to be anything special. The cultivators of this realm once went deep to investigate, but they did not find anything unusual. The investigation of a true lake cultivator was not accurate. After all, their strength was limited. Moreover, the depths of the ground was the area where the magnetic field raged. The deeper the cultivator went, the greater the suppression. It seemed that the cultivators of this realm could only investigate a limited depth. Did the people of the Qing Li Dao world investigate? Lu Yi asked. There were no abnormalities, so they did not dare to trouble the great cultivators of the upper realm, Zhu Yu said. Lu Yi nodded and did not ask any more questions. However, he was sure that there was definitely something unusual there. When he first came to the Clear Wind realm, Yaya said that there was something there. However, the topic was changed at that time, so Lu Yi did not delve into it. Glancing at him, Zhu Yu asked carefully, Brother, aren't you a cultivator of the Qing Li Dao world? Lu Ye's question made her realize something. I'm just passing by, Lu Yi explained casually. More than 3,000 miles. They arrived in a short time. Sure enough, there was a huge abyss here like a crack in the ground. Zhu Yu had not recovered from the feeling of traveling at lightning speed when she realized that they had arrived at the place. Only then did she realize how terrifying Lu Ye's cultivation was. Stay here and wait, Lu Yi ordered. Then he leaped down into the abyss and dove down. Zhu Yu did not dare to rashly go in, so she waited there obediently. At this moment, there was movement from the musical note. After a brief investigation, she found that it was her father, Zhu Shang, who had sent her a message, asking her what had happened. Zhu Yu explained briefly. Zhu Shang smiled bitterly and said, So, although he is a cultivator of the upper realm, he is not of the upper realm? He said he was just passing by. Then it's over. What's wrong, father? The competition has already begun. How can you make it back in time? Zhu Yu was stunned. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have missed the competition. More than 3,000 miles was nothing to Lu Yi, but to her a true lake it was not a short distance. Even if she rushed back now, she would not be able to go on stage. In the abyss, Lu Yi continued to go down. Gradually, there was no light around, and the magnetic field became stronger. However, the clear wind realm's foundation was limited, so the magnetic field here was not strong. Even an ordinary constellation would not be suppressed too much, not to mention that he had the protection of the talent tree. The movement from below became more and more obvious. It seemed to be the sound of drums, but if one listened carefully, it seemed to be a strange heartbeat, thumping nonstop. Chapter 1563. At this point, the movement from the depths of the ground was extremely obvious. Many true lake cultivators in the clear wind realm felt it and were all shocked. No one knew what was going on. In the abyss, Lu Yi was still going deeper. The abyss was extremely deep. At first, it was wide, but the further he went, the narrower it became. Halfway down, it was almost impossible for people to pass. There was no way forward. Lu Yi could only pull out his Pan-Shan saber and break through the obstacles in front of him. After an unknown distance, Lu Yi suddenly felt that the obstacles in front of him were empty. A scorching aura rushed towards him and he fell into a space. As far as the eye could see, the magma here was rolling and flowing. Bubbles of various sizes emerged from the magma and continued to explode endlessly. This place was the core of the clear wind realm. Even if the clear wind realm was only a true lake-level realm, the environment here was extremely harsh. It was not a place where ordinary cultivators could stay, not to mention the chaotic origin magnetic field. Even the scorching heat could not be resisted by non-constellations. However, Lu Yi was like a spring breeze. If he wanted, he could activate the power of the talent tree to devour the scorching heat from all directions and store it in the talent tree as fuel. However, this would be a loss to the realm. Moreover, the scorching heat here was not of a high level. Even if Lu Yi devoured it, the benefits would be limited. The thumping sounds became more and more obvious. It was coming from the lava. Standing here, the feeling of the realm's foundation flowing and disappearing became even clearer. It was as if there was a bottomless pit under the lava, crazily devouring the foundation of the realm. Could it be that kind of thing? Lu Yi had some guesses, but before he saw it, he could not make a judgment. Without hesitation, he threw himself into the lava. The talent tree protected him, and the invisible roots wrapped around him, isolating the scorching lava outside. Lu Yi continued to go deeper. After a while, he frowned because he felt a strange life force from the depths of the lava. Following the life force, Lu Yi soon arrived at the source of the abnormality. Looking over with rapt attention, what appeared in front of him was an egg that was about 10 meters tall. It was oval-shaped, and the eggshell looked like a stone. However, it was obviously not a real stone. The surface of the eggshell was filled with complicated patterns. As the foundation of the cool breeze realm was continuously devoured, the patterns on the surface of the eggshell were also constantly flashing. The vitality within the egg was also constantly increasing. It really was that thing. As soon as Lu Yi saw this egg-like thing, he knew that his guess was right. After all, in this world, only this thing would use the foundation of a domain to hatch its own offspring. The world-eater beast was a very peculiar star beast. Generally speaking, star beasts were not much of a threat to realms. Regardless of whether they were strong or weak, most of them only lived in the starry sky. This was because star beasts were not interested in low-level realms, and it was dangerous to offend high-level realms. However, not all star beasts were like this. There were always some star beasts that posed a huge threat to the realm. Just like the heaven-desired demonic spider that Lu Yi had encountered before, that kind of star beast required a large amount of flesh and blood as a medium for reproduction. So once it was time for them to reproduce, they would look for a suitable domain to invade. The destruction of many realms for no reason was closely related to this kind of star beast. The World Eater beast didn't need flesh and blood as a medium to reproduce, but it needed to devour the foundation of a realm as nutrients. Therefore, it needed to find a realm with vitality and foundation. After finding a suitable realm, the realm-devouring beast would place its eggs inside the realm and quietly devour the realm's resources so that its offspring could hatch. This process was very secretive and, generally speaking, it was very difficult to be discovered. When Lu Yi first came to the Clear Wind realm, although he sensed that something was wrong with this realm, he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. This was the reason. At this time, the World Eater beast's eggs were about to hatch, and the commotion was too big, so he noticed it. According to the records in Rest Abyss Pavilion, even if he left it alone, this realm wouldn't suffer too much of a disaster. At most, it would lose a part of its foundation. After the World Eater beast's offspring hatched, it would naturally leave this realm. It could be said that the World Eater beast was the natural enemy of all realms that weren't strong enough. The foundation that was devoured by the World Eater beast would most likely take hundreds or thousands of years to accumulate. This time, Lu Yi could leave it alone, but what about the next time? What if the World Eater beast targeted the 9 provinces or its subordinate realms after it grew up? Therefore, in this starry sky, no matter which race's cultivators, if they encountered a World Eater beast, they would kill it to prevent its reproduction from hindering the growth of the realm in their galaxy. Moreover, compared to other star beasts, the World Eater beast's crystal core was extremely valuable. It was far more valuable than the crystal cores of ordinary star beasts. Lu Yi could sense that the World Eater beast in the egg had already taken shape and was about to hatch. As if it had sensed his hostility, the World Eater beast in the egg was twisting uneasily. It exerted all its strength to squeeze the eggshell, causing cracks to appear on the eggshell. Just as Lu Yi was observing the World Eater beast's egg, outside the Clear Wind realm, a star boat was slowly flying toward this realm. This star boat was not small in size. It had 2 floors, and 4 large words were engraved on the hull of the star boat. It was the Qing Li Dao world. This was obviously the star boat of the Qing Li Dao world. 3 figures stood on the deck, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a middle-aged man who had a late-stage constellation realm cultivation. The other man and woman were younger and only had a mid-stage constellation realm cultivation. The 3 of them came from the Qing Li Dao world. They were cultivators who came to the Clear Wind realm to receive the seeds of cultivation. They were from one of the 3 top forces of the Qing Li Dao world. They had arrived one day early. The grand competition in the Clear Wind realm had not ended. However, this was not a problem. It was difficult to strictly grasp the exact time when traveling in the starry sky. This is the Clear Wind realm. The female cultivator looked at the realm in front of her with a curious expression. Although she had known about the Clear Wind realm and the existence of other realms since she was cultivating, this was the first time she had seen a realm that was so full of vitality. The realms she had seen before were basically desolate stars or dead stars. Junior Sister Tang, is this your first time here? The mid-stage constellation realm cultivator standing beside the female cultivator smiled slightly. Although the Clear Wind realm is a small realm and does not have a strong foundation, it has its own unique charm. Since you are here, you must take a good look. The female cultivator smiled. It is indeed my first time here. However, before I came, Senior Brother Li told me a lot about the Clear Wind realm. Therefore, I am quite familiar with this place. The senior brother Li she was talking about was from the Clear Wind realm. 300 years ago, he was brought to the Qing Li Dao world and entered her sect to cultivate. Now he was already a late-stage constellation realm cultivator with extraordinary potential. There were still some people, like Senior Brother Li in the Qing Li Dao world. They were all scattered among the major sections. When the 2 of them were talking, the middle-aged man who was the leader remained silent. When the 2 of them finished, he said, "The rules of the Clear Wind realm grand competition were set by Ancestor Yu Yao nearly 1,000 years ago. No matter which senior brother or senior sister you received before coming here, we will only receive you based on the results of the competition. There must not be any personal relationships. Do you understand? There were also feelings in the cultivation world. Those cultivators who were once brought to the Qing Li Dao world and had extraordinary cultivation now cared about their old sex in the clear wind realm. It was normal for them to bring some people to the Qing Li Dao world. However, this could not be set as a precedent. Otherwise, if everyone brought people to the Qing Li Dao world privately, they would lose the original intention of selecting talents from the lower worlds. It was precisely because of this consideration that the cultivators who came to receive them were all from the Qing Li Dao world. This was to prevent favoritism. Understood, Senior Brother Zhou. The two of them replied in unison. Senior Brother Zhou was about to say something more when his expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and looked in a direction. He shouted, "Who are you, demon?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped out. In the center of his palm, a dazzling golden light suddenly exploded. This sudden turn of events shocked the two middle-stage constellation realm experts. When they instinctively looked over, they saw a thick and long tail eerily appear where the golden light shone, and soundlessly coiled towards the planetary ship they were on. The two of them were shocked. Obviously, they did not expect to encounter an attack here. If Senior Brother Zhou was not vigilant enough to notice it in advance, they might have fallen into the enemy's trap. The tail was not a normal tail. The thick and long tail suddenly spread out in the shape of a fan, as if it had turned into a fish tail. The fish tail slapped down heavily. Senior Brother Zhou's hasty attack was scattered, and the planetary ship shook violently from the impact. The two mid-stage constellation cultivators were about to help when Senior Brother Zhou exclaimed, "Be careful, there's more than one!" As soon as he finished speaking, another tail appeared strangely. It seemed to be bigger than the previous one. Once again, it slapped the planetary ship. At this moment, the three from Qing Li Daojie finally saw what was attacking them. They were two star beasts that looked like rays. They were huge and flat, with a ferocious mouth on their abdomens. Their fangs were crisscrossed, and they had long tails on their backs. They looked like giant dragons. Senior Brother Zhou was more experienced and knowledgeable. He recognized the two star beasts at a glance. He exclaimed, "Realm Eater beasts!" And they were two late-stage constellation Realm Eater beasts. He immediately knew that they were in big trouble this time. If it was an ordinary star beast, a cultivator would have nothing to fear if they fought against someone of the same level. However, the World Eater beast was different. It had the ability to constantly change between illusion and reality. Earlier, the cultivators had failed to detect its presence because the World Eater beast was in an illusory state. It was invisible to the naked eye and could not be harmed by ordinary means. Although he was strong, it was already difficult for him to deal with one Realm Eater beast. Even if the other two joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the other Realm Eater beast. What puzzled him was why the Realm Eater beasts would appear here. It seemed that either the Realm Eater beasts were preparing to lay their eggs here, or they had already laid their eggs. Now that their offspring had hatched, they came to welcome their offspring. Chapter 1564. It was very likely that the latter was the case. Senior Brother Zhou judged in his heart. If these two World Eater beasts were only here to lay eggs, they probably wouldn't take the initiative to attack them. The World Eater beasts weren't violent star beasts, unless they were protecting their offspring. In other words, their offspring were incubating in the clear wind realm, which was why they were obstructing their entry. Senior Brother Zhou shouted, "I'll lure the big one away first. Then I'll think of a way to support you. Hold on." He was also a veteran in battle, so he immediately thought of a plan to defeat the enemy. The only way to defeat one World Eater beast was if the three of them worked together. Therefore, they had to lure one away first. As the battle started, because it was close enough to the clear wind realm, the rumbling sound immediately spread into the realm. Countless cultivators in the realm didn't know what was going on. They looked up but couldn't see any clues. There were only flashes of light that cut through the sky like thunder. In the magma of the Earth's core, Lu Yi looked at the world-eater beast that was about to hatch and slowly pulled out the Pan-Shan saber. He suddenly remembered that when the small world-eater beast hatched, its parents would definitely come to pick it up on time. Therefore, if he guessed correctly, there were probably two big world-eater beasts waiting outside the Clear Wind Realm. Almost at the same time when Lu Yi pulled out the Pan-Shan saber, the egg of the world-eater beast suddenly shattered. Then, a figure rushed out and pounced on Lu. Obviously, the newly hatched world-eater beast had sensed something and instinctively attacked first. However, it had just hatched, so its aura was at most equivalent to a true lake realm cultivator. Even if it attacked violently, it wouldn't be a threat to Lu Yi because of the huge gap in strength. He stood there without moving. With a slash of his saber, the small world-eater beast was split into two. Lu Yi put away his saber and reached out his hand to grab a crystal core from the small world-eater beast's corpse. He pondered for a moment and raised his eyebrows. Just as the rumors said, the crystal core of a world-eater beast was completely different from the crystal cores of ordinary star beasts. The energy contained in this crystal core was almost the same as the foundation of a realm. After all, the world-eater beast could hatch because it swallowed the foundation of a realm. In other words, if the crystal core was broken and the energy released, the foundation of the realm could be improved. Lu Yi thought for a moment, then reached out and crushed the crystal core. Although he could bring this crystal core back to the 9 prefectures and let Little 9 devour it to benefit the 9 prefectures, this thing was the condensation of the foundation of the Clear Wind Realm after all. It was not easy to bring it away, lest it delay the development of this realm for hundreds or thousands of years. Almost at the moment Lu Yi crushed the crystal core, he suddenly felt an extremely weak power fluctuation coming from above his head. Now that he was at the core of the earth, he could still feel the energy fluctuations. It was clearly extraordinary. He immediately understood that the parents of the small world-devouring beast must have come. With a push of his spiritual power, he hastily rushed out. He was secretly annoyed that he had forgotten to leave Imperial equipment outside before coming in. Otherwise, he would only need to construct a void to return, and there would be no need to go through so much trouble. When he emerged from the abyss, he immediately saw Zhu Yu, who was waiting here, looking up with a face full of shock. Zhu Yu was not the only one looking up. At this very moment, almost everyone in the Cool Wind Realm was watching this unbelievable scene. In the sky, there was a creature that looked like a giant ray that was crazily moving around. On the left and right of this ray, there were 2 figures that were tightly entangled with it. No one knew what was going on. This ray, fish-like creature, and the 2 figures suddenly fought their way into the Cool Wind Realm. Their fight was earth-shattering. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. But soon the cultivators of the Cool Wind Realm realized that the one fighting the ray fish must be a great cultivator from the upper realm. No one would appear at this time except for a great cultivator from the upper realm. But what made them feel despair was that the 2 great cultivators from the upper realm had already displayed their mysterious abilities, but they were still no match for the ray fish creature. The 2 great cultivators from the upper realm, one male and one female, had undoubtedly used all their strength, but they were both bleeding profusely. Sun Yi and Tang Xiaoya were also in despair. Previously, they had followed senior brother Zhou Dingtian's instructions and joined forces to fight the world-devouring beast. They had wanted to buy time and wait for senior brother Zhou to return so that they could join forces. But in the end, the world-devouring beast had gone crazy and suddenly became extremely irritable, rushing towards the Cool Wind Realm. Naturally, the 2 of them didn't know that the world-devouring beast had suddenly become irritable because it sensed that its offspring had been killed. If they were only fighting the beast, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if they wanted to stop this violent world-devouring beast, it was beyond their abilities. After forcefully fighting a few times, Their breathing became chaotic and their blood boiled. Senior brother's son, we can't stop it. Tang Xiaoye activated one of her spirit treasures. It was a handkerchief-like spirit treasure that stuck to the world-devouring beast's body. It originally had the suppressive force of a mountain, but under the violent resistance of the world-devouring beast, the light on the handkerchief-like spirit treasure began to dim. It would probably break in a few breaths of time. Sun Ye's forehead was sweating. He could tell that something was wrong with the world-devouring beast. If he and Tang Xiaoye retreated now, they would probably be fine. But if such a star beast rushed into the cool wind realm, it was hard to say how many casualties it would cause. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to give up so easily. He summoned a huge hammerhead spirit treasure. Holding it high with both hands, he smashed it at the world-devouring beast with the force of a mountain. His spiritual energy madly poured into the spirit treasure. The cultivators of the cool wind realm saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The hammerhead suddenly became as big as a mountain. It shone with a dazzling light as it smashed down fiercely. Seeing that the hammerhead was about to succeed, Tang Xiaoye spat out a mouthful of blood. The handkerchief-like spirit treasure stuck to the world-devouring beast's body, completely dimmed and turned into powder. The world-devouring beast, who was no longer restrained, swung its tail and slammed heavily on the shadow of the giant hammer. When the giant hammer collapsed, Sun Yi was also sent flying. Who knew how many bones in his body were broken? The world-devouring beast had clearly lost its mind. Its flat body chased after the flying Sun Yi. The huge mouth on its abdomen opened and closed ferociously. Countless cultivators of the cool wind realm watched this scene in horror. They couldn't bear to look at it directly. Tang Xiaoye also exclaimed, "Senior brother Sun." Sun Yi only felt cold all over. Seeing that a great disaster was about to happen, he wanted to dodge. However, the blow just now had paralyzed his entire body. His spiritual energy was extremely scattered. How could he still move? Just when he thought that he was going to die for sure, he saw a stream of light from the corner of his eye rushing towards him. Its speed was beyond his imagination. He didn't see clearly what it was. He only saw the stream of light pass by the furious world-devouring beast and pass by him. Vaguely, there was a flash of saber light. In the next moment, Sun Ye's eyes widened. All the cultivators of the cool wind realm who were watching this scene widened their eyes. For some reason, the ferocious world-devouring beast's body was suddenly split into two halves. The cut was neat and tidy. Blood spilled into the sky, and its vitality was instantly annihilated. The entire realm fell into silence at this moment. Beside the abyss, Zhu Yu's heart was about to jump out of her chest. Her gaze followed the stream of light that had just shot out from her side until it stopped moving. No one knew what that stream of light was. Only she knew that it was a great cultivator of unknown origin passing by this realm. But how could he be so powerful? They were both great cultivators from the Qing Li Dao world. Even when they joined forces, they were still defeated by the ray fish creature and almost lost their lives. However, this great cultivator who had saved her had killed the ray fish creature with just a light blow. She didn't even see clearly how he did it. Glancing at Sun Yi, who was panting and palpitating, Lu Yi thought that he wasn't too late. When he saw that Sun Yi was in a bad situation, he hurriedly performed a technique to help in time. Otherwise, it would have been too late. At this moment, Sun Yi and Tang Xiaoye on the other side were looking at Lu Yi. They were surprised, shocked, and grateful. They were surprised because, other than them, there were other constellations in the cool wind realm. Where did this person come from? He didn't look like a cultivator from the Qing Li Dao world. They were shocked because they were all constellations, but this person's strength was a little too terrifying. They were grateful for nothing other than the fact that Lu Yi had saved their lives. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Yi didn't have any ill intentions. Thinking about it, Sun Yi hurriedly cupped his hands. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Yi nodded. It's nothing. He could also see that the two of them could completely ignore the World Eater, but they were desperately trying to stop it. Obviously, they didn't want the World Eater to rush into the domain and cause any casualties to the living beings in this domain. In the end, the World Eater was so angry because of him. He asked again, only one. According to the records in the Shiyuan Pavilion, if the Realm Eater came to pick up its offspring, it would come in pairs. It didn't make sense that there was only one here. Sun Yi hurriedly said, Senior brother, Zhou lured the other one away. Senior brother, Zhou may not be able to defeat it. Please help. Lu Yi came to a sudden realization, and in a flash he shot towards the sky. After he left, Tang Xiaoye slowly flew over to join Sun Yi. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. With such strength, he must be from the Jade Conch Kingdom. The Jade Conch Kingdom's foundation is really strong. Our Qing Li Dao world can't compare to it. Sun Yi sighed and seemed a little disappointed. But I don't know what he's doing here. Tang Xiaoye looked worried. Logically speaking, this was a subordinate realm of the Qing Li Dao world. Its level wasn't high, and it wasn't attractive to constellation cultivators. The appearance of the Jade Conch Kingdom's constellation here made people wonder. If the Jade Conch Kingdom wanted this realm, the Qing Li Dao world didn't have the strength to fight with them. On the other side, Lu Yi rushed into the Clear Wind Realm's near-space domain. He immediately saw a person fighting against an even larger World Eater. However, it seemed that the person wasn't a match for the World Eater. Although the World Eater wasn't as strong as Yu Yao, it was undoubtedly larger and stronger than the one he had just killed. The person was a middle-aged man who was at the late stage of constellation. He should be the so-called Senior Brother Zhou. Chapter 1565. At this time, Zhou Dingtian was secretly complaining. He originally wanted to lead the World Eater beast further away and then turn back to join the two constellations in this realm to kill the enemy. However, he could not get rid of it at all. Moreover, the other party suddenly became angry and rushed towards the Clear Wind Realm. He was already somewhat powerless to stop it. In this way, he was about to close in on the Clear Wind Realm. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation of spiritual power rapidly approaching from the direction of the Clear Wind Realm. What surprised Zhou Dingtian was that the aura of the person who came was extremely unfamiliar. He stole a glance in that direction and saw an unfamiliar young man turning into a stream of light and approaching with a saber. Zhou Dingtian was at a loss for a moment. Who was this person? Why would he be in the Clear Wind Realm? He was immediately overjoyed because, no matter what this person's background was, he was still a human cultivator and someone he could communicate with. He immediately shouted, "Fellow Taoist, please come and help." "Okay," Lu Yi responded. His figure had already pounced in front of the World Eater beast. He easily dodged the other party's attack and spun the saber in his hand like a crescent moon. Zhou Dingtian suddenly felt his hair stand on end because he was shocked to realize that if this saber slashed at him, he would not be able to block it at all. Then his figure paused. His eyelids twitched as he looked at the originally furious World Eater beast. He clearly saw the look of horror in the World Eater beast's eyes. Its huge body froze for some reason. Then, a line of blood appeared in the center of its body. Its flat body was split into two, just like that. Zhou Dingtian was completely dumbfounded and almost could not believe it. After being stunned for a while, he confirmed that the World Eater beast that he could not stop at all was actually cut in half by a saber. He looked at Lu Yi and carefully sensed the spiritual power fluctuations on Lu Ye's body. He confirmed that it was only at the level of the late constellation realm. For a moment, he felt as if he was in a dream. Lu Yi had already arrived in front of the World Eater beast's corpse with his saber. After searching for a while, he found a fist-sized crystal core from the huge corpse. He crushed the crystal core of the small World Eater beast under the magma, replenishing the Clear Wind Realm's lost foundation. However, he wanted to keep the large World Eater beast's crystal core. This thing was not cheap. He could bring it back to the 9 states and give it to little Nine. He had already taken out the crystal core of the world-eater beast he killed in the clear wind realm. "Fellow Taoist, are you all right?" Lu Yi looked at Zhou Dingtian, who was still in a daze. Zhou Dingtian regained his senses and quickly said, "I'm fine. Thank you for your help." Suddenly he remembered. "Oh, right, there's another one in the bounded domain. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. That one is already dead," Lu Yi comforted. Only then did Zhou Dingtian relax. When he thought about it, it made sense. That person had come from the Realm Zone. If he could kill the World Eater on his side with one saber strike, then the one in the Realm Zone would not have a good ending. However, fellow Taoist, your junior martial brother and junior martial sister seem to be heavily injured. Fellow Taoist, you'd better go take a look. Zhou Dingtian's heart tightened when he heard this. He hurriedly flew into the bounded domain. After flying for a while, he turned back and said, "If there's nothing urgent, my friend, please don't leave in a hurry. After we're done with the matters in this realm, we'll bring our junior brothers and sisters to thank you." Lu Yi nodded slightly. There's no hurry. He was waiting for the people from the Qing Li Taoist world to come. Now that they were here, of course, he would not leave at this time. Zhou Dingtian and Lu Yi returned to the Clear Wind Realm one after another. The former went to look for his injured junior brothers and sisters, while Lu Yi went straight back to the Clear Wind City. In the Clear Wind City, there was a huge uproar. Many cultivators saw the shocking battle in the sky clearly. However, the highest level cultivators in this realm were only in the True Lake realm. Hence, no one knew what exactly happened. They only knew that some of the cultivators from the upper realms seemed to be injured, and that some of them displayed their power and killed a beast that they had never seen before. Everyone was talking about it, but they could not come to a conclusion. Lu Yi found Li Shang and Yi. The adult and the child were still wandering around, looking very excited. When Lu Yi found them, Li Shang was bringing Yi to a tea house to eat delicacies unique to this realm. Yi's mouth was full of oil, and Li Shang was wiping her mouth. "You're in the limelight," Li Shang glanced at him and joked. "Since we've met, we can't just sit back and do nothing." Lu Yi played with the 2 crystal cores of the World Eater in his hands, feeling the mysterious energy contained in them. He vaguely felt that he had forgotten something, but he could not remember it. Yi held a bowl and used a spoon to scoop something like a glutinous rice ball and brought it to Lu Ye's mouth. "Father, it's delicious." Lu Yi ate one and found it delicious. He called the waiter and served another bowl. He tasted it carefully. There were even storytellers and opera singers in the tea house. It was very lively. In the evening, 3 people walked into the small tea house and went straight to where Lu Yi was. The leader, Zhou Dingtian, held his fist and bowed. "I'm Zhou Dingtian from the Divine Martial Palace of the Qing Li Taoist world. Greetings, fellow cultivator." The man and woman behind him also saluted and introduced themselves one after another. Sun Yi was from the Bai Mang Mountain, and Tang Xiaye was from the Green Flower Pond. The Green Flower Pond, the Bai Mang Mountain, and the Divine Martial Palace were the 3 top sects of the Qing Li Taoist world. Each of them had a Yu Yao in charge. However, after a shocking incident a few years ago, only Wu Zhuo of the Divine Martial Palace was left. Qin Yuandai of the Bai Mang Mountain died somewhere, and Tang Jun of the Green Flower Pond was missing. It could be said that when the news spread that year, the entire Qing Li Taoist world was disheartened. Many people guessed that it was the Jade Conch realm who did it because the only large realm they knew was Jade Conch, and Jade Conch had such power. Unfortunately, no one dared to ask. Now that Zhou Dingtian and the others met Lu Yi here, they thought that he was a cultivator from Jade Conch. Even if he had saved their lives before, they could not help but be wary. However, a favor was still a favor. No matter what, they had to thank him in person and find out Lu Ye's intentions at the same time. After hearing the 3 of them introduce themselves, Lu Yi could not help but look at Tang Xie. This woman's surname was Tang, and she came from the Green Flower Pond. If he was not mistaken, she should be one of Tang Jun's descendants. The old man had lived for thousands of years. His cultivation level was not very high, but he should have no problem having many descendants. He stood up and bowed. Lu Ye of the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens. Zhou Dingtian was stunned. When he found Sun Yi and Tang Xiaoya, he heard that they guessed that Lu Yi was a cultivator from Jade Conch, so he thought so too. He did not expect that Lu Yi was not a cultivator, but came from a place called the 9 heavens realm. The three of them looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. No one had heard of the 9 heavens realm. "Brother, are you from another galaxy?" Zhou Dingtian asked. Lu Yi shook his head. "The 9 heavens is in Jade Conch. It is not strange that you have not heard of it, because the 9 heavens realm became a large realm less than 10 years ago." "I see." Zhou Dingtian was enlightened. If it was a newly formed large realm, then it was possible. Although they were constellations, they did not dare to say that they knew everything about Jade Conch Galaxy. There were too many places that they had not explored. Tang Xiaoya was puzzled. "Brother, you said that the 9 heavens realm became a large realm less than 10 years ago. But I see that your cultivation is already at the late stage of constellation. Logically speaking, a newly formed realm should not have been able to nurture constellations for less than 10 years. Even if their strength had grown, it should not have grown so quickly." Lu Ye's cultivation and what he said clearly contradicted each other. "I did not cultivate in the 9 heavens. I went to other places these years so I could improve so quickly," Lu Yi casually explained. Zhou Dingtian and the others were still wondering what kind of place it was that could allow one's cultivation to improve so quickly. Then they heard Lu Yi say, "Junior sister, you are brother Tang Jun's descendant, right?" Tang Xiaoya was stunned and looked at Lu Yi suspiciously. "Brother, you know great ancestor?" Lu Yi nodded. "Thanks to brother Tang, we became friends despite our age difference. I have been with brother Tang all these years." Tang Xiaoya's eyes suddenly brightened. She asked anxiously, "Brother, where is my great ancestor? Is he well?" The green flower pool always knew that Tang Jun was still alive because his soul lamp was not extinguished. However, they did not know where he was. Even if they guessed that Tang Jun was imprisoned in the Jade Conch world, they did not dare to verify it. Now that she heard Lu Ye's words, Tang Xiaoya suddenly realized that her sex guesses were wrong. Great ancestor was not in the Jade Conch world now, but in a place they did not know. Brother Tang is well. Even his lifespan has increased. He is living a comfortable life every day. You don't have to worry. Tang Xiaoya heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great." Tang Jun was the anchor of the green flower pool. During his disappearance, the green flower pool could be said to be in a state of panic. Now that they knew that Tang Jun was not dead and his lifespan had increased, their worries were swept away. Tang Xiaoya could not wait to return to the Green Li Dao world and tell the good news to the people of the green flower pool. After calming down, Tang Xiaoya said, "Brother, can you tell me where great ancestor is? How can I find him?" Brother Tang Jun's current location is extremely far away. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to find him. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoya's expression darkened. Then he changed the subject. "However, I'm here to bring some cultivators with me. Before that, though, I'd like to pay a visit to fellow Taoist Wu Zhuo. I'll have to trouble the three of you to lead the way." Zhou Dingtian pondered for a moment and said, "Brother, you can pay a visit to the Hall Master. However, it will take some time to get to the Green Li Dao world. No problem, I can wait." It had been such a long journey. Since they had returned to their galaxy, it would not take long to get to the Green Li Dao world. After that, Zhou Dingtian warmly invited Lu Yi to stay in the Green Li Palace. Lu Yi followed the host's lead. The Green Li Palace was specially built by the Clear Wind Realm as a place for the great cultivators of the upper world to rest. It was only opened once every 10 years. Usually no one was allowed to come close. When it was opened, The maids selected in the palace were all the most beautiful and outstanding female disciples of the various sects. It could be said that this palace had gathered the best female cultivators in the Clear Wind realm for the past 10 years. Chapter 1566. The Qingli Palace occupied a huge area and was a cluster of palaces not far from the Qingfeng city. Compared to the quiet Qingli Palace, the Qingfeng city was much livelier. The cultivators from the upper bound would not stay for long and would usually depart within 10 days. However, there was news that the cultivators would leave the Qingfeng world the next day. Obviously, they were in a hurry to return to the upper bound. No one knew why, because nothing like this had ever happened before. Zhou Dingtian and the others did not want to go back so soon. After all, they were tired from the journey and needed a rest. However, the information that Lu Yi revealed to them was unusual, especially Tang Xiaoye, who could not wait to go back to the Qingli world. How could she be in the mood to stay? Tang Xiaoye and son Yi had not recovered from their injuries and were recuperating. Zhou Dingtian had too many doubts and took the initiative to visit Lu Yi to find out more information. However, Lu Yi did not say too much because it was meaningless to tell Zhou Dingtian the details. When he returned to the Qingli world and met Wu Zhuo, he only needed to show Wu Zhuo the jade slip that Tang Jun gave him, and everything would be clear. The Qingli world still needed Wu Zhuo to be the master. After all, Zhou Dingtian was just a constellation. A female cultivator dressed as a maid was ordered to serve spiritual fruits and wine. Lu Yi did not care at first, but when he saw Zhu Yu, his eyes suddenly twitched. He finally remembered what he had forgotten during the day. He left Zhu Yu beside the abyss and forgot to bring her back. He felt a little apologetic. A few thousand miles was nothing to him, but flying back from a real lake took some effort. If he was not mistaken, when he took Zhu Yu away, she was about to participate in the competition. Zhu Yu was about to leave after serving the spiritual fruits when she heard Lu Yi ask, "How was the competition?" Zhu Yu was stunned for a moment before she realized that Lu Yi was talking to her. She looked nervous and quickly lowered her head to reply, "Master, the time was wrong, so I forfeited." She didn't know how terrifying Lu Ye's cultivation was before, so she wasn't too nervous when facing Lu Yi. But after seeing Lu Ye's power, she didn't dare to overstep her boundaries. Moreover, it was the honor of her sect to be dispatched here to serve a superior cultivator. If she didn't do well and angered the superior cultivator, it would implicate the entire sect. What a pity, Lu Yi said. Zhu Yu respectfully withdrew. Zhou Dingtian asked with interest, "You know this lady?" Lu Yi then casually explained to Zhou Dingtian about how she had caught Zhu Yu's able-bodied man. Only then did Zhou Dingtian understand that Zhu Yu had missed the time of the grand competition because of Lu Yi. Zhou Dingtian did not manage to get too much information from Lu Yi, so he could only leave. Anyway, no matter what Lu Ye's purpose was, since he was going to the Qingli Dao world, he would know when he met the Hall Master. The next day, outside the Greenly Palace, all the sect leaders of the major sects of the Clear Wind realm gathered. They looked at the spirit vessel hovering in front of the palace with reverence. Below the spirit boat, there were 30 people waiting excitedly. These 30 people were the winners of this grand competition and were about to enter the Qingli Dao world to cultivate. The 30 people stood in 3 rows. The 10 true lake realm cultivators were still okay. After all, their cultivation was higher and they were calmer. The Lingxi and Yunhe realms were more lively. They stood there proudly. Some of the braver ones even looked up to admire the mystery of the spirit boat. Every time this happened, the elders of their sects would secretly admonish them, telling them to behave. After waiting for a long time, the gate of the Greenly Palace opened and a group of people walked out. The sect leaders all looked serious and bowed respectfully. They shouted in unison, "Welcome, superior cultivator." Zhou Dingtian and Lu Yi walked side by side in the front. Tang Xiaoye and son Yi followed behind. Beside Tang Xiaoye was Li Shang, who was carrying Yaya. Brother Lu, please. Zhou Dingtian gestured as they walked to the front of the star boat. Lu Yi did not decline. He stepped forward and landed on the boat. Zhou Dingtian and the rest followed closely behind. Son, you did not get on the boat. He looked at the 30 people. Under their burning gazes, he said, Everyone is here. Let's get on the boat. The True Lake Realm cultivators activated their spiritual energy and wrapped the Ling Shi cultivators beside them. They landed on the star boat. The Yunha Realm's cultivators were self-reliant. The star boat was not very tall, so it was not difficult to fly up. In the blink of an eye, all 30 people were on the boat. The group of sect leaders below all revealed gratified expressions. Those cultivators who didn't make it into the top 10 were naturally envious. Zhou Dingtian walked to the front of the deck and looked down. He suddenly said, Where is Zhu Yu of the Zhengyang sect? On the Zhengyang sect side, Sect Master Zhu Shang was shocked when he heard that. He hurriedly looked at Zhu Yu, wondering if she had done something wrong. Otherwise, why would a great cultivator from the upper world suddenly call her name? Zhu Yu was also confused. However, she answered and bowed. Zhu Yu is here. Zhou Dingtian looked at her and smiled. I am Zhu Yu of the Zhengyang sect. You helped kill the beasts and protected the peace of a realm. However, you missed the time of the competition. Since your cultivation is good, I will allow you to follow me to the Qingli Dao world to cultivate. Are you willing to go? Zhu Yu was stunned. It was true that she had missed the time of the competition. However, she had never helped kill the beasts and protected the peace of a realm. At most, she had only told Lu Yi a little information when he brought her. She thought that she would have to wait for another 10 years after missing the competition. Who would have thought that there would be such a light at the end of the tunnel? She suddenly remembered that the superior cultivator from the upper worlds asked her about the results of the competition last night. At that time he did not say much, so she did not think much about it. She immediately understood that the superior cultivator from the upper worlds made an exception to bring her to the upper worlds. It was the result of the superior cultivator's casual question, What are you waiting for? She heard Zhu Shang's anxious voice. Zhu Shang saw that she was in a daze and hurried to remind her. Zhu Yu also came back to her senses. She quickly said, I am willing to go. This was her goal. How could she miss it? Zhou Dingtian smiled and raised his hand. If that's the case, then get on the ship. Zhu Yu looked back at Zhu Shang. Under Zhu Shang's urging gaze, she jumped hard and landed on the ship. Next, Zhou Dingtian gave a few words of encouragement to the clan masters of this world. He reminded them to cultivate their own cultivators carefully and asked them to send more talented people to the Qingli Dao world. A group of clan masters agreed and gave him many cultivation resources, which earned the gratitude of everyone. After a while, the ship shook and slowly rose into the sky. On the deck, the 31 cultivators of the Clear Wind Realm, including Zhu Yu, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the bottom. Although going to the upper worlds was the only way out for the cultivators of the Clear Wind Realm, and it was the goal of almost all cultivators, this could be a permanent separation. If they wanted to return to the Clear Wind Realm, they had to cultivate to the Constellation Realm. After so many years, the Clear Wind Realm had sent many talents to the Qingli Dao world. But how many of them could cultivate to the Constellation Realm and return home? There were many obstacles in the path of cultivation. If one could not overcome any of them, they could die. The star boat rose into the sky and left. After a long time, the sect masters and sects that had gathered here slowly dispersed. The next time the Light Wind Realm would be so lively would be 10 years later. The 31 cultivators of the Clear Wind Realm were arranged in different cabins. It would take about 2 months to reach the Qingli Dao world. Of course, that was the time it would take Zhou Dingtian and the others to sail their star boats. If Lu Yi were to sail his star boat alone, it would only take him a month. His star boat was much better than Zhou Dingtian's in all aspects. However, he did not intend to rush them. He usually cultivated in his cabin. After all, it was only a month. Now that they had returned to the Jade Snail Galaxy, there was no need to rush. Yaya could not stay idle. She ran around the ship all day, and Li Shang followed behind her like an old mother. It was very tiring. Tang Xiaoya wanted to visit Lu Yi several times to find out more about Tang Jun, but she did not have the chance. She had no choice but to give up. The journey was peaceful. About 2 months later, they arrived at the Qingli Dao world. On the deck, Lu Yi and Zhou Dingtian stood side by side and looked at the world in front of them. A large world like the Qingli Dao world, which had been promoted for thousands of years, was undoubtedly more magnificent than the Clear Wind realm. Even if one did not go deep into the world, one could see some clues just by looking at the starry sky. There were very few Yu Yao in the Qingli Dao world. Now, there was only one Wu Zhua in the world. However, there were still many constellations. As early as a month ago, they could see some cultivators of constellations active in the starry sky. Sometimes, these cultivators who were searching for spiritual jades in the starry sky would come to the ship to greet Zhou Dingtian and the others. This happened more frequently the closer they were to the Qingli Dao world. Now that they were approaching the world, they could see traces of cultivators going in and out of the clouds from time to time. When they entered the world, the ship landed directly on a spiritual island in the vast sea. According to Zhou Dingtian, the spiritual island was where the Divine Martial Hall was located. Since Lu Yi wanted to visit Wu Zhua, he naturally had to go to the Divine Martial Hall first. The ship landed on a huge square on the spiritual island. Lu Yi was looking around when he suddenly felt a strong divine thought from a certain direction on the spiritual island. Lu Yi quickly looked in that direction and saw a spiritual mountain that stood like a sword. There was a tall tower on the peak. The divine thought came from the tower. Wu Zhua. Lu Yi immediately identified the owner of the divine thought. In the entire Qingli Dao world, there was only one Yu Yao. It matched the information given by Tang Jun. Wu Zhua was also a mid-stage Yu Yao. The divine thought was obviously checking on Lu Yi. After all, no matter which world a strange cultivator came to, the owner of the world would be concerned. Lu Yi saluted in that direction and said loudly, "I am Lu Yi of the 9 heavens. I am here to visit you." The divine sense was originally just probing, but after hearing Lu Ye's words, it suddenly became much heavier, and a vigorous voice came from the tower. "You want to be my friend and discuss the Tao? That depends on whether or not you have the qualifications." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden wave of power from the tower. Then a huge handprint appeared out of nowhere and pressed towards the ship. Chapter 1567. There were many established rules in the starry sky. These rules were not man-made, but rather the natural evolution of countless years of development. For example, if there was no special relationship between cultivators, they could refer to each other as fellow Taoists. After all, cultivators were a rather special group. They did not determine seniority by age, but by cultivation. Of course, that was the case. But if a cultivator insisted on referring to them as fellow Taoists after meeting the sun, it would not end well for them. Thus, how they addressed each other would depend on the situation. If Lu Yi had come to visit Wu Zhua on his own, it would not have mattered if he addressed Wu Zhua as senior. However, this time, Wu Zhua was not just representing him. Although he would not lose anything by addressing Wu Zhua as senior, it would likely hinder their cooperation in the future. However, it was clear that Wu Zhua was displeased with the way he addressed Wu Zhua. His palm strike was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. The cultivators from the clear wind plain on the planetary ship turned pale with fright. Even Zhou Dingtian and the others had grim expressions on their faces. When they looked up, they saw a palm print that covered the sky, and the lines on the palm print were clearly visible. As the palm strike approached, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Strangely, The huge palm print rapidly shrank as it approached. It originally blocked everyone's vision, but it quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary palm and slowly pressed towards Lu Ye's chest. The pressure on everyone else dissipated, but on Lu Ye's side, not only did it not lessen, it actually became heavier. Wu Zhua had no intention of killing, otherwise his palm would not have been so slow. He probably only wanted to teach Lu Yi a simple lesson and let him know that he could not say anything he wanted. Facing this palm strike, Lu Yi stood quietly at the bow of the ship, not moving at all, as if he had been scared witless. Only when the palm print was about to reach him did he suddenly throw a jade slip forward. A faint aura pulsed from the jade slip. Wu Zhua's surprised voice suddenly rang out from the tall tower. He felt a sense of familiarity from the jade slip. The palm imprint that was about to strike Lu Ye's chest suddenly grabbed the jade slip and quickly retreated back into the tower. The sky was clear, and the star boat was completely silent. Almost everyone was still immersed in the terrifying might of Yu Yao's expert. Only Lu Ye's clothes fluttered in the wind. A short moment later, the pagoda trembled slightly, and then a ray of light shot out from within the pagoda, transforming into something that looked like a rainbow bridge that connected the pagoda and the star boat. Wu Zhua's voice rang out again, but it was no longer as dignified as before. "Fellow Taoist, please come in." Zhou Dingtian was dumbfounded. He was a member of the Divine Martial Hall and a direct disciple of Wu Zhua. He knew his master's temper very well. As one of the three Weiyao of this realm, Wu Zhua could be said to be the strongest person in the entire Qingli Dao world. He was also the pillar of the realm and the hope for the future. His master was very ambitious. Even Yu Yao from Jade Conch was nothing in his eyes. His master was confident that in the future he would be even stronger than Yu Yao from Jade Conch. Lu Ye's greeting of fellow Taoist had undoubtedly made his master unhappy. However, in the blink of an eye, his master had actually acknowledged him as fellow Taoist, and his tone was so polite, Zhou Dingtian really wanted to know what exactly was written in the jade slip that could make his proud and arrogant master have such an obvious change in attitude. "Thank you for your hospitality," Lu Yi said. She turned to Li Shang and told her to wait for her here. Then she stepped toward the Rainbow Bridge and walked step by step toward the tall tower. The Rainbow Bridge was connected to the top floor of the tall tower. When Lu Yi arrived, she immediately saw a tall and sturdy man with long hair draped over his shoulders. He wore a black robe and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Yi had always heard of Wu Zhua's name from Tang Jun, but this was the first time she saw him in person. Similar to what she had imagined, Wu Zhua's aura was extremely wild and flamboyant, like an ancient ferocious beast that had gained intelligence. Lu Yi had seen many Yu Yao before, and had even killed one with his own hands. However, those Yu Yao gave Lu Yi a completely different feeling from the one in front of him. He could faintly sense that Wu Zhua's strength was most likely at the peak of the intermediate Yu Yao stage. He vaguely remembered Tang Jun mentioning that Wu Zhua had once participated in the battle for the spirit sea of the reincarnation tree and won. He had also obtained divine light from the Alpha Origin stage and was promoted to a constellation. No matter which era, those who could win the battle for the spirit sea of the reincarnation tree were by no means ordinary. It should be said that the battle was a battle between the elite spirit sea experts from thousands of large and even top domains. In the end, only the top 100 could win. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was. Wu Zhua's victory was already proof of his aptitude. Such a person's strength was far superior to those of the same cultivation level, no matter which cultivation level he was at. There was an avatar of the reincarnation tree in the Qingli Dao world, which Lu Yi found strange in the past. As far as he knew, Tang Jun and Qin Yuandai were the first batch of constellations in the Qingli Dao world. However, these two had never left the Jade Snail Galaxy, so it was naturally impossible for them to go to the reincarnation tree to ask for an avatar. Actually, Tang Jun did not know where this avatar came from. This avatar tree seemed to have originally existed in the Qing Li Dao world. It was only after he and Qin Yuandai ascended to the constellation that they gradually noticed the abnormality of this avatar tree. After some research, they finally understood its function. Tang Jun speculated that this avatar had existed in the Dao world of Qingli for a very long time. Perhaps in the ancient times, the Dao world of Qingli was already a large realm. Later on, for some unknown reason, it declined and only rose again more than 3,000 years ago. The rise and fall of realms was a common occurrence in the starry sky and was not surprising at all. On the top floor of the tower, Wu Zhuo quietly looked at Lu Yi. His eyes were deep and unfathomable. Although he didn't show it on his face, his heart was filled with shock. Because in that short period of time just now, he'd obtained too much unbelievable information from the Jade Slip. The source of the information was Tang Jun, who had been missing for many years. He was certain that the information in the Jade Slip was imprinted by Tang Jun. It couldn't be fake. After all, they were Yu Yao from the same realm and knew each other very well. No one could deceive him in this regard. The mysterious insect path, the myriad phenomenon galaxy, the magnificent myriad phenomenon sea, the flourishing, unparalleled island, and the constellation palace where millions of constellations gathered together. All kinds of information impacted Wu Zhuo's spirit sea. Even if he was an intermediate Yu Yao, he couldn't remain indifferent. Compared to the magnificent and lively Wansheng Sea, Jade Conch was simply a remote and desolate place. It would have been fine if he was someone who respected the small, but the outside world had nothing to do with him. Wouldn't he be happy if he stayed in his own land and lived a carefree life? After all, how could he not have some ambition when he won the Alpha Origin stage? Therefore, he was very interested in the various information in the Jade Slip. However, there was one thing that Wu Zhuo didn't understand. Tang Jun had left a message in the Jade Slip, telling him that if a boy who called himself Li Taibai came to him with the Jade Slip one day, he must treat him with courtesy and must not neglect him. This was because the island master of Wushuang Island, where he was staying, had a very good relationship with Li Taibai. He was able to enter Wushuang Island because of Li Taibai. In the future, if people from the Qingli Dao world really entered the Wansheng Sea, they would have to rely on him. If he offended him now, there would be no way out for the Qingli Dao world in the future. The person Tang Jun mentioned was called Li Taibai, and the Spirit Island was also called Wushuang Island. Li Taibai had a very good relationship with the island master of Wushuang Island, so one couldn't help but make the connection. But when Wu Zhuo thought carefully, the person who came just now seemed to call himself Lu Iya of the Nine Heavens. He couldn't figure it out, so he simply asked, "Who is Li Taibai?" Lu Yi pondered for a while and knew what was going on. He had always called himself Li Taibai in front of Tang Jun, so he said calmly, "It's also me. The Wushuang domain is a domain of the Nine Heavens. As for the name Li Taibai, you should know. How can one not be attacked when one is in the galaxy? It's inevitable that one would have to use an alias." He admitted it so calmly that Wu Zhuo was stunned. He nodded slightly to show that he understood, but he couldn't help but have some doubts. Was Tang Jun reliable or not? He didn't even know the real identity of the other party and only knew the alias Li Taibai. This didn't seem very reliable. Let's sit down and talk. Wu Zhuo gestured and took a seat first. There were no tables or chairs in the tower, only 2 futons. Wu Zhuo sat on one, so Lu Yi could only sit on the other. The two of them sat facing each other. Wu Zhuo had many things he wanted to ask, but he didn't know where to start. After thinking for a while, he said, "According to senior brother Tang, you and he accidentally fell into a newly formed insect path and ended up in the Wansheng galaxy." "That's right." Lu Yi nodded. Lu Yi didn't check the contents of the Jade Slip. Firstly, he felt that it was unnecessary. Secondly, the Jade Slip used to transmit information definitely had some special restrictions. If Lu Yi finished checking it, the jade slip would definitely be destroyed. He wouldn't be able to bring it back to Wu Zhuo to gain his trust and cooperation. That was the day Senior Brother Tang went missing. Have you seen the other Yu Yao of the Dao world? Wu Zhuo asked again. All these years, one of the 3 Yu Yao of the green Li Dao world had died and gone missing. He was the only one left to support the Dao world. As a result, he didn't even have the time to enter the galaxy to search for cultivation resources. Although it was confirmed that Qin Yuandai was dead and that a group of star mansions on the 100 Mang Mountain had died, nobody knew exactly how and where they had died. After all, none of the people Qin Yuandai had brought out had returned alive. Wu Zhuo had only asked casually and didn't expect to get any answers from Lu Yi. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi nodded. Yes. Wu Zhuo was stunned. Where did you see her? What was the situation at that time? Was there an evil enemy chasing after her? Lu Yi looked at him and said, Taoist, you want to know how Yu Yao died, right? Wu Zhuo looked surprised. Do you know how she died? Of course. Chapter 1568. Who killed her? Was it a jade conch cultivator? Wu Zhuo asked. He had been investigating this matter all these years. However, in this galaxy, only someone from Jade Conch could have killed Qin Yuandai. That was why he had such suspicions. However, there was no way they could ask directly. After all, Yu Luo was the leader of this galaxy. Her foundation was not something the Qing Li Dao world could compare to. If they offended her, the Qing Li Dao world would suffer. Wu Zhuo had been holding back all these years. He was going to wait until he reached the late stage of Yu Yao before he went to ask. However, it would be best if he could get more specific information now. Looking at Lu Ye, it was obvious that he knew the inside story. It was not a jade conch cultivator. Yu Yao from your world died at my hands. Lu Yi looked at Wu Zhuo calmly. Wu Zhuo was stunned for a moment. Then he lowered his eyes. The hair in front of his forehead cast a shadow. He said lightly, Do you know what you're talking about? Since Lu Yi had admitted it, he did not want to hide it. Tang Jun knew the truth about Qin Yuandai's death. Many cultivators in the 9 states knew about it. There was no such thing as an absolute secret. Rather than letting Wu Zhuo find out about it through other channels in the future, he might as well tell the truth here and now. Moreover, he did not feel that he had done anything wrong when he killed Qin Yuandai. In that situation, it was either the enemy or himself. That fellow Taoist Qin Yuandai was indeed killed by me. Even though Wu Zhuo's aura was imposing, Lu Ye's expression was calm. Just you. Wu Zhuo's voice turned cold. Although Qin Yuandai was old and weak, she was still a mid-stage Yu Yao cultivator. How could Lu Yi, a constellation cultivator, kill her? He instinctively felt that there was more to it. Lu Yi said, In terms of strength, I am naturally no match for her. However, if you want to kill someone, you don't just need strength. You can also use external forces. As he said this, Lu Yi raised his hand and pinched. A red light bloomed on his fingertip. Wu Zhuo immediately tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. He stared at the red light on Lu Ye's fingertip and said in a low voice, Red talisman. Lu Yi nodded. A red talisman from the humanoid tribe. Wu Zhuo's gaze shifted back and forth between Lu Yi and the red talisman. After a long while, he said, If you want to use the red talisman to threaten me, I'm afraid you're mistaken. At such a close distance, even if you can activate the red talisman, I can still take your life. Lu Ye's expression was indifferent. He casually waved his hand, and the red light on his fingertips dissipated. I only came here to discuss some matters of cooperation with fellow Taoist. I didn't come here to threaten fellow Taoist. If fellow Taoist asks, then I'll tell you. Wu Zhuo stared fixedly at Lu Yi, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had never imagined that Lu Yi would actually disperse the power of the red talisman. Without the restriction of the red talisman, it would be a piece of cake for him to take Lu Ye's life. He understood in his heart that although the young man in front of him looked young, his courage was extraordinary. "Are you so sure that I won't kill you?" Wu Zhuo leaned forward slightly, the ancient beast's instinct growing stronger. "Lu Yi said indifferently, although I've never met fellow Taoist, I've learned a lot about fellow Taoist from chatting with Old Tang. Fellow Taoist, you're ambitious, and ambitious people wouldn't cut off their own path of retreat and do something unwise." "Humph." Wu Zhuo snorted softly. As his body leaned forward, the oppressive pressure dissipated. After a moment of silence, he said, "Does Tang Jun know about this?" At that time, Old Tang and fellow Taoist Qin went to Wushuang together and saw it with their own eyes. "That's why Old Tang chased after me. In the end, both of us were trapped in an elementary insect path. We were lucky enough to escape and enter the Wanxian galaxy." Wu Zhuo couldn't help but frown because Tang Jun didn't explain this matter clearly in the jade slip. He only said that he and Lu Yi were trapped in the elementary insect path and didn't mention the reason. It turned out that there was another reason. It seemed like Tang Jun was deliberately hiding it. "Why did the conflict occur?" Wu Zhuo asked. Although some things were in the past, they still needed to be clarified. Lu Yi recounted the conflict, and Wu Zhuo's face darkened. This was because the 10,000 soul banner was forbidden even in the Qingli Dao world. It was too inhumane. He didn't expect Qin Yuandai's descendant to sneak out and find a world with vitality to refine the 10,000 soul banner. He deserved to die. One had to know that any world with vitality in this galaxy was a kind of resource. For example, the Qingfeng domain had a certain value to the Qingli Dao world. If all the cultivators of the constellations acted recklessly and brought chaos to the world, what future would they have in the cultivation world? Qin Yuandai also had an unshirkable responsibility. She knew what her descendant had done, but instead of stopping it, she covered it up. In the end, she failed miserably and was killed by someone with a red talisman. Wu Zhuo couldn't help but feel resentful that he had encountered all kinds of terrible things. "The culprit has been killed, and I have avenged the dead cultivators of the 9 heavens. I don't plan to pursue this matter in the future," Lu Yi said slowly. Wu Zhuo couldn't help but glance at him. He wanted to ask why he would pursue this matter, but when he thought about how this matter was caused by the people of the Qingli Dao world, he didn't have the courage to ask. After a moment of silence, he said, "Have you and Tang Jun buried the hatchet?" Otherwise, Tang Jun wouldn't have helped Lu Yi hide this matter. Lu Yi said, "The dead can't come back to life. Since he and I ended up in the Wanxian galaxy together, we can only help each other. How can we care so much?" Wu Zhuo didn't say anything. Tang Jun and Qin Yuandai had been friends for more than 3,000 years. If he didn't care, why should he care? Besides, compared to this matter, the future of the Qingli Dao world was undoubtedly more important. Everything else had to be put aside. Wu Zhuo didn't want to dwell on this issue any longer. He asked excitedly, "Taoist Lu, how long did it take you to return from the Wanxian galaxy?" Lu Yi said, "About 3 years." Wu Zhuo was instantly energized. "If you return again, it will only take that long." "About time. How many people can you bring with you?" "How many people do you want me to bring with me?" Lu Yi asked. Wu Zhuo wanted to say that the more the better. He even wanted to go to the Wanxian galaxy to take a look. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it wasn't practical. The number of constellations in the Qingli Dao world was limited. It was impossible for all of them to leave, let alone him. Thus, even if Lu Yi had the ability, the Qingli Dao world didn't have the resources to do so. Lu Yi said, "I know what you're thinking, but this matter isn't just between the 9 heavens and the Qingli Dao world. I've discussed it with Old Tang. We have to drag Jade Conk in as well." "Why is that?" Wu Zhuo frowned. Obviously, he didn't want Jade Conk to be involved in this matter. Lu Yi said, "There are many forces on the myriad phenomenon sea and many rules. If you want to establish a foothold there, Yu Yao is indispensable. To be honest, the Nine Heavens is a newly advanced realm. Yu Yao does not have anyone. Old Tang is alone there, and it is difficult for him to hold the fort alone. You have to guard the Tao world and cannot leave. Therefore, if you want Yu Yao's help, you have to rely on the Jade Conch. Wu Shua's expression was gloomy for a while before he nodded helplessly. They got lucky. Lu Yi said, I'm not familiar with Jade Conch and have never been there. Thus, I'd like to invite you to Jade Conch and communicate on my behalf. He still had to rush back to the 9 prefectures to make some preparations. Once he was done with the 9 prefectures, Wu Zhua should be able to negotiate with Jade Conch. Then the cultivators of the 3 realms could gather and send troops to the Wanxiang Sea. This was the most time-saving method. As for whether Jade Conch would be interested, there was no need to consider this. It was impossible for Jade Conch to not see what Wu Ding and the Daluo star system could see. If they really couldn't see it, then they deserved to be trapped in this place forever. Lu Yi didn't have to drag them along to get rich. It's not a problem to go to Jade Conch. I'm quite familiar with it. Wu Zhua nodded. However, my friend, the 9 heavens are declining, and the Qing Li Dao world isn't any better. If Jade Conch knows about this, what if they have thoughts that they shouldn't have? Lu Yi obviously knew what he was talking about. Wu Zhua's worries were the same as Hua Cheng's. He said, It's useless even if they have thoughts. The star map is in my hands. Even if I give it to them, they won't be able to enter the Wanxiang Sea smoothly. Furthermore, if they want to establish themselves in the Wanxiang Sea, they will need Old Tang and my help. My friend, you only need to explain this. As long as they understand, they won't have any thoughts that they shouldn't have. Wu Zhua nodded. I understand. There's one more thing that you need to remember. Wu Zhua asked, What is it? Lu Yi said, When I was discussing this with Old Tang, he told me something. He said that there's something wrong with your world. Cultivators who ascend to constellation in your world can't ascend to Yu Yao. Therefore, he hopes that some people can be sent to the unmatched realm to cultivate and ascend to constellation. I agreed to this at the time. However, the unmatched realm isn't suitable for constellation ascension because it's just an ordinary realm. Wu Zhua heard this and was even more worried about Tang Jun's intelligence. Lu Yi continued, My friend, when you go to Jade Conch, you can talk to them about this. If you can reach an agreement, it'll be considered as an explanation to Old Tang. Wu Zhua nodded. We've considered sending some people to Jade Conch to ascend to constellation before. However, my friend, you should know that the spiritual light nurtured by large realms is their own foundation. It's understandable for cultivators of this realm to use it to ascend, but we won't let cultivators from other realms get it so easily. Therefore, we gave up on the idea. However, if you want to use this as a bargaining chip, it's not impossible. At least there's hope of success. Lu Yi was quite considerate. Lu Yi stood up and said, Then I'll leave the matter of Jade Conch to you. I still have to return to the 9 heavens, so I'll take my leave now. Although Wu Zhua wanted Lu Yi to stay for a while longer to ask more about Wanxiang Galaxy, seeing that Lu Yi had already made up his mind, he couldn't force him. He stood up and sent him off. Oh, right, my friend Lu. There are some things that words don't mean anything. Do you have any specialties from the Wanxiang Sea? That way, I can bring them to Jade Conch and gain their trust, Wu Zhua suddenly said. Specialties? Lu Yi thought about it and took out a few bai ling. This is a spiritual fish from the Wanxiang Sea. It's considered a special kind of star beast. It's extremely valuable whether it's cooked or used in medicine. Chapter 1569. The starry sky was quiet. On a desolate star that wasn't big, a few streams of light suddenly shot out one after another. Their speed was shocking, yet they seemed to be panicking. Among these people, one of them was full of vitality and had a majestic figure. Another one was full of dense sword chi and sword intent. There was also a beautiful woman with long sleeves. There was also a short man who was covering his buttocks with his hand as he fled. Blood was faintly flowing from the gaps between his fingers. The four of them were all at the early stage constellation realm. Looking at this formation, it was obvious that they were a combination of a body cultivator, sword cultivator, and spell cultivator. This was a very common and practical combination that could deal with most of the sudden situations in the starry sky. However, looking at the four of them now, it was obvious that they had encountered an unsolvable problem and were fleeing in panic. The four of them had just shot out from the desolate star when a large group of rabbit-like star beasts chased after them. These rabbit-like star beasts looked like rabbits, but their heads were obviously much bigger than ordinary rabbits. What was even more terrifying was that these star beasts' eyes were all red, and their buck teeth were extremely sharp as they flickered with a cold light. The star beast's strength varied from true lake to constellation realm. However, there were simply too many of them, and there were even 2 or 3 beasts that were comparable to late-stage constellation realm beasts. How could the 4 of them fight against them? As they fled, the ghost cultivator wailed, "Meng Jia, you old fool. You're a body cultivator, yet you're letting me do it. Are you even human?" Just now he was slightly slower and was bitten, and a piece of flesh was torn off from his buttocks as he spoke. A late-stage constellation star, Beast in the Beast horde, suddenly burst forth and pounced behind this ghost cultivator like a flash of lightning. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on him. The ghost cultivator was scared witless and screamed. Seeing that he couldn't dodge this bite, a shocking sword gleam suddenly slashed down and slashed towards the star beast's head. However, the star beast didn't seem to feel anything. It allowed the sword gleam to slash its head, and only a shallow flesh wound appeared on its head. This scene made the attacking sword cultivator's expression turn cold. The sword cultivator's faction had always been known for their violent killing. It could be said that they had the strongest killing power among all the cultivators. Although this sword gleam was hurried, it only caused a flesh wound to the star beast. This showed how hard the star beast's bones were. Of course, the more important thing was the difference in strength. Seeing that the star beast was about to bite that ghost cultivator, a ribbon suddenly rolled out from the sky like a snake and rolled the star beast into a dumpling. However, in the next moment, this ribbon suddenly shattered. However, this momentary delay allowed the physique cultivator to arrive and punch the star beast's head fiercely. The punch was silent, but a violent force wrapped in chi and blood erupted. Even though the star beast was comparable to a late-stage expert, it was still shaken and forced to take a few steps back. "Let's go," Meng Jia growled. The speed of the ghostly cultivator did not decrease at all. After forcing the star beast to retreat, Meng Jia hurriedly turned and fled. The tip of his fist was dripping with blood. The 4 figures were being chased by a group of star beasts. They fought and ran at the same time. Originally, they thought that as long as they ran for a distance, they would be safe. They had encountered many star beasts over the years and had roughly grasped the temperament of many star beasts. Generally speaking, star beasts were not very patient. After a long time, they would give up. However, it was obviously a little different this time. This group of star beasts actually kept chasing them. Just when the 4 of them didn't know what to do, the ghost cultivator who was rushing at the front had sharp eyes and exclaimed, "There's someone in front!" Because there was a flowing light far in front of them. However, because it was too far away, he couldn't see who it was. However, to appear in this position at such a time, it was undoubtedly a cultivator from this realm. A sword chime suddenly rang out. It was very clear and melodious. Even in the starry sky, the sound could be heard for thousands of miles. That was the sword cultivator's warning. At such a long distance, and in the starry sky, the other party definitely couldn't hear him. He could only use this method to warn the other party to leave. However, what surprised the 4 of them was that when the sword chime rang out, not only did the other party not escape, but he also increased his speed and approached them. The ghost cultivator was furious. Which bastard is so blind? Why don't you run? What are you doing here? As he cursed, the ghost cultivator's expression turned into one of shock again. This was because the speed of the other party seemed to be a little too fast. It was far beyond the speed of an early-stage Constellation Realm cultivator. In just a dozen breaths, the flowing light was already not far ahead. A star boat! Only then did the four of them see the true form of the flowing light. It wasn't the spiritual light of a cultivator activating his spiritual power, but the light of a star boat. At this moment, on the star boat, a young man stood tall and straight at the bow. He was dressed in clean clothes and had a long saber at his waist. He was looking at them with a smile. Junior brother Lu. The beautiful eyes of the female Dharma cultivator lit up. She couldn't believe that she would meet Lu Yi here. Senior brothers and senior sisters, it's been a few years since we last met. How have you been? Lu Yi greeted them with a smile. He was back. This time he was really back. Even when he entered the territory of the Jade Conch galaxy, Lu Yi didn't feel that he was really home. The galaxy was too big, and the place that belonged to him was very small. It wasn't until he saw these four familiar faces that he truly felt home. It had been almost 2 months since they set off from the Qing Li Dao world, and this was the result of Lu Yi driving the star boat with all his might. Back then, he had once used the soul-controlled divine rune on a cultivator from the Qing Li Dao world. From the cultivator's mind, he had pried a lot of information about the Qing Li Dao world, including the route from the Qing Li Dao world to the Wushuang continent. Therefore, when he left the Qing Li Dao world, he followed the original route and rushed to the Wushuang continent. Now that he was not far from the Wushuang continent, Lu Yi had been searching for the whereabouts of the cultivators of the 9 states. As expected, he found some movements here. He went forward to investigate and immediately saw some familiar faces. Meng Jie, Jian Guhong, Yu Ji, and Wu Chang were the 4 top experts under eldest senior brother's command. However, he didn't know how they had provoked this group of beasts. It seemed that they were being hunted. The other 3 were fine, but Wu Chang covered his buttocks with his hands and blood flowed out. It seemed that he was injured. Do you need help? Lu Yi asked with a smile. Quick, quick, quick! Wu Chang quickly jumped into the starboat, and the other 3 followed closely behind. Run! They were all familiar with the starboat. When Lu Yi left, he left behind a silver fish. Now, it was in the 9 states' Guardian Palace. The weapon refiners of the 9 states had been studying it carefully in the past few years, trying to see if they could refine a star boat so that the cultivators of the constellations could travel in the starry sky. Unfortunately, there was little progress. It was not that the weapon refiners were not skilled enough, but it was mainly a problem with the materials. As a new large domain, it was not easy to find materials that could satisfy the needs of the constellations. If there was no external help, it would take a long time to accumulate and evolve. Therefore, until now, there was only 1 star boat in the entire 9 states. The 4 of them were not as fast as the star beasts, but they knew the speed of the star boat. As soon as they landed on the star boat, they felt relieved. However, the star boat showed no signs of moving. Wu Chang's face turned pale when he saw the group of beasts rapidly approaching. He urged, Run Yi. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't control the star boat, he would have steered it himself. Lu Yi looked at the group of star beasts that were chasing them. He looked at the one with the strongest aura and said with a smile, No need. After saying that, he jumped out of the star boat and pressed his hand on the hilt of the mountain pan saber. Meng Jie and the others were stunned. They didn't know what Lu Yi was going to do. However, it seemed that he was going to fight the group of beasts alone. The group of beasts came at an incredible speed, especially the one with the largest body. It pounced on Lu Yi almost as soon as he jumped out of the star boat. The star beast's eyes were as red as blood, and its mouth was wide open. Its buck teeth were as sharp as swords. The sound of metal clanging suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of saber humming. The astonishment on the faces of Meng Jie and the others instantly turned into astonishment because they finally sensed Lu Ye's cultivation level the moment he made his move. Late-stage Constellation Realm. It wouldn't be a big deal if that was all. However, what shocked them even more was that the saber light was as boundless as the sea as it rolled forward. What they saw seemed to be waves formed by the saber light, each stronger than the last. What they heard was also the sound of waves rising and falling before the blood-red and ferocious eyes of the leading star beast, which was at the late-stage Constellation Realm, faded away. It suddenly turned into minced corpses that filled the sky. The waves of saber light swept forward and drowned the group of beasts that were charging at them. At this moment, the aura of countless lives began to wither. In just 3 breaths of time, the waterfall of blades suddenly disappeared. Lu Ye's figure stood still as he slowly sheathed his blade. There was not a single living creature in front of him. All the star beasts that had chased after him had been completely wiped out in these 3 breaths of time. Not a single one remained. The expressions of Meng Jie and the others froze as they stared at the bloodied corpses. It was as if they were dreaming. Even Li Shang, who had been by Lu Ye's side for the past few years, was amazed. She could feel that Lu Ye's strength had grown stronger over the past few years. She was also at the late-stage Constellation Realm. But compared to Lu Yi, she was nothing. She didn't know much because the soul race rarely showed themselves in the crowd. So, she couldn't figure out whether it was because many of the Constellation Realm cultivators were like this, or Lu Yi was the only one. Lu Yi returned to the star boat and saw that Meng Jie and the others were staring at him. Even Wu Chang had forgotten about the pain of his injuries. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They still didn't say anything. After a long while, Yu Ji said hesitantly, "Are you really Lu Yi?" "Of course I am." Lu Yi puffed out his chest. "I don't believe it." Yu Yao shook her head. "You're not Lu Yi. Tell me, what kind of monster are you?" Wu Chang also nodded and said that's right. Although that bratty is strong, he shouldn't be this strong after not seeing you for a few years. You must be someone else in disguise. Lu Yi smiled and said, "Then how do you want me to prove myself?" He could tell that Yu Ji and Wu Chang didn't really suspect him. It was just that the scene just now was too unbelievable. They probably needed some time to digest it. Chapter 1570. I'm old, I'm really old. Wu Chang muttered on the star boat. Back in the day, they were all powerhouses who suppressed an era in the 9 prefectures. In their respective eras, they were invincible in the 9 prefectures. It was also under their leadership that their sects were able to lay a solid foundation for first-grade sections. Later, they were sent to the blood-refining realm by Tianji of the 9 prefectures. Although their situation was a little difficult, the blood race cultivators were just like that. They were just relying on their numbers, so they were not afraid of anything. It was not until the 9 prefectures became a large realm and stepped into the starry sky that they truly realized how weak they were. Everything had to start from the beginning. There were many dangers in the starry sky that they could never have imagined in the past. Not to mention anything else. Just the horde of beasts that had chased the 4 of them to the point where they had no way to escape was actually dealt with by Lu Yi in just 3 breaths of time. In terms of age, each of them was much older than Lu Yi. In terms of cultivation, they were also much stronger than Lu Yi. Back in the blood-refining realm, which one of them had not taught Lu Yi. However, after not seeing him for several years, Lu Ye's strength was already something that they could only look up to. However, none of the 4 were disheartened. Instead, they were rather excited and expectant. This was because they had witnessed firsthand the majesty of someone who could suppress an entire era. No matter who it was, even if it was someone like Anitya, they were all arrogant people. What Lu Yi could do, they would be able to do it one day. The only thing they lacked was nothing more than the accumulation of their foundation. The group had already collected the crystal cores of the star beasts they had killed. The star boat was rushing to the nest of the star beasts because, according to Wu Chang, the desolate star had produced a lot of spirit jades. They were just collecting spirit jades when they were attacked by the star beasts. Since it was on the way, Lu Yi took them along. Along the way, Lu Yi inquired about the situation in the 9 prefectures in recent years. After learning that he had gone missing that year, the 9 prefectures had withdrawn all the cultivators who had killed the Corpse Clan in the Wushuang continent to earn merit points. Only a portion of the constellations had remained here to monitor the surroundings. They were part of this group. Originally, it was to guard against the revenge of the Qing Li Dao world. Fortunately, in the past few years, there was no trace of outsiders at all. Since 3 years ago, the Wushuang continent had reopened. Many cultivators of the 9 regions had been transmitted to the Wushuang continent to hone their skills. However, the necessary vigilance was not reduced, and an emergency evacuation plan was prepared. Once there was a battle at the constellation level on the Wushuang continent, the cultivators on the Wushuang continent could immediately return to the 9 regions. Now, in the starry sky where the Wushuang continent was located, there were many constellations in the 9 regions. There were about 500 people. Some had been here in the past, and some had slowly rushed over by themselves. This was also a kind of division, because if everyone gathered on the 9 regions side, there would be less cultivation resources to search for. Some people would come to the Wushuang continent side to search for more spiritual jades. Among the people close to Lu Yi, the headmaster, master, eldest senior brother and his wife, and Yan Yuxian were all on the Wushuang continent side. They seemed to have formed a team to move together. However, because the specific location was not fixed, it might not be possible to contact them in a short period of time. It would have to go through many people to have a chance. Lu Yi took out his own musical note to check and found that he could not contact the headmaster and the others. It was probably beyond the range of communication. In this regard, the Wushuang continent was not as good as the vicinity of the 9 regions. The 9 regions had Little 9, so as long as the cultivators were not too far away from the 9 regions, Little 9 could locate their specific location. On the Wushuang continent side, they could only rely on musical notes. Although he could not contact them for the time being, Lu Yi was not in a hurry. He just asked Wu Chang and the others to help him contact them. Wu Chang and the others asked about Lu Ye's encounters over the years, because he had not appeared since he lured Tang Jun away. It had been almost 6 years since then. They had also searched everywhere for Lu Ye's whereabouts, but unfortunately, they did not find anything. Fortunately, there was news from the 9 regions that confirmed that Lu Yi was not dead, but his whereabouts were unknown. This made everyone feel slightly relieved. Lu Yi briefly recounted what happened back then and told everyone about the magnificent situation of the Wanxiang Sea, which made Wu Chang and the others very interested. When they learned that Lu Yi was going to bring a group of people to the Wanxiang Sea, they were all excited and eagerly signed up. Lu Yi asked, "If the news of the Wanxiang Sea were to spread, how many people do you think will be interested?" Meng Jie thought for a moment and said, "I think most people will be interested. I can't guarantee that there will be more, but at least 70%. How many constellations are there in the 9 regions now?" "About 1,500. When Lu Yi left the 9 regions, the number of constellations in the 9 regions had already exceeded 1,000, but that was a special situation. The 9 regions had accumulated a large number of 9th-order divine sea cultivators, and the fact that the 9 regions had become a large realm, so the number of constellations in the 9 regions had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. It was not only the 9 regions that were like this. Every newly advanced, large domain would have such a blowout period. However, as time passed, the number of constellations that could be born each year would tend to stabilize. The specific number would depend on the strength of the domain. 1,500 people, even if it was only 70%, that was still 1,000 people. Although Lu Yi was going to bring a group of constellations to the Wanxiang Sea, he did not intend to bring so many. The 9 regions still needed constellations to stay behind. Moreover, the Wanxiang Sea was not a peaceful place. and he could not put all his eggs in one basket. If some of his close friends were willing to go to the Wansheng Sea, Lu Yi would naturally take them, but there were so many constellations in the 9 regions that he was not familiar with. If these people wanted to go, how to choose was a problem. He had to think about it carefully. Wu Chang and a few other seniors happened to be there, so Lu Yi asked for their opinions and asked them to think about it. Elder Yu Ji had already noticed Li Shang with Yaya. She had some guesses in her mind, but she was not sure. She had hoped that Lu Yi would take the initiative to introduce her, but Lu Yi had no intention of doing so, so she could only ask. Lu Yi saw Yu Ji's expression and knew that she must have misunderstood, so he quickly explained, "This is fellow Taoist Li Shang. This time there are some things that I need her help with, so I asked her to come back with me." Yu Ji suddenly understood. She looked at Li Shang and then at Yaya, not knowing whether to believe it or not. While they were talking, the star boat had already arrived on the desolate star. There were indeed many spiritual jades born here. They must have sensed that this was a place where the starry sky energy gathered, so the group of beasts settled here, but they were all wiped out by Lu Yi. After a round of harvesting, they obtained more than 2,000 spiritual jades. Wu Chang and the others were beaming with joy. They wanted to divide it into 5 portions, but Lu Yi refused, so the 4 of them divided it equally. No one from the Qingli Taoist world will come to make trouble, and we don't have to worry about Wushuang anymore. Please help me spread the news about what I said before and tell other fellow Taoists. On the starboat, Lu Yi took out a few more items and said, "I brought these back from the myriad manifestation sea. Senior martial brothers and senior martial sisters, please summon the mansions of Wushuang and discuss how to split the loot." Lu Yi originally planned to go to the Wushuang continent, but since he met Wu Chang and the others, there was no need to waste time. His destination was still the 9 states, and the Wushuang continent was just a transit point. He had told Wu Chang and the others about the 1,000-elephant sea and asked them to help spread the news, so that there was no need to explain to more people later. When he returned to the 9 states, he could take action step by step. After bidding farewell to Wu Chang and the others, Lu Yi drove the starboat and rushed in the direction of the 9 states. It took Lu Yi more than a month to drive the silver fish that Su Yuqing gave him from the 9 states to the Wushuang continent. Now that his cultivation was at the late stage of the constellation realm, his speed was even faster. He estimated that it would only take half a month. After he left, Wu Chang and the others checked what Lu Yi had left behind. "Isn't this the twin qi-connected array disk?" Wu Chang took out an array disk from his storage ring with a puzzled expression. Even though there were many forces on the 1,000-elephant sea that could refine this array disk, the price of the array disk was still high. However, this thing was something that the cultivators of the 9 states had long played with. Because the array disk that Lu Yi refined back then could only meet the needs of the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators, the range of coverage was limited, so the cultivators of the 9 states basically had no use for it after they advanced to the constellation realm. Wu Chang did not understand why Lu Yi left these array disks behind. "It's a little different." Yu Ji also took out an array disk and looked at it carefully. She poured spiritual energy into it and indeed felt that there was something different. "I'm afraid Yi has improved it. Since he left this thing behind, it should be able to meet the needs of the constellation realm cultivators." Jian Guhong said thoughtfully, whether it could be satisfied or not, they would know after trying it out. After a while, the expressions of the few people became excited. Just as they expected, the array disk that Lu Yi left behind this time could really meet the needs of the constellation realm cultivators. The range of the array disk's power was much larger than before. Not to mention the early constellation realm cultivators. Even the late constellation realm cultivators would have no problem moving around. If we had this array disk earlier, we wouldn't have been in such a sorry state before. Wu Chang touched his butt, which still hurt a little. However, it was not too late now. The biggest problem in the 9 states was that the strength of the constellation realm cultivators was generally low. They were all early constellation realm cultivators. When everyone explored the starry sky, they would often encounter some mid or even late constellation realm star beasts. Generally, in this situation, they could only run for their lives. However, with the help of the array disk, they now had the capital to fight against the star beasts that they could not contend against before. As a result, the cultivators could explore more places, and their harvest would inevitably be greater. There's also this. As Wu Chang spoke, he took out another object from his ring of holding. Everyone fixed their gazes on it, and a puzzled look appeared on their faces. This was because the object looked like a star boat, but its shape was even more ferocious. It looked like a shark. Wu Chang poured spiritual energy into it, and the shark-like star boat quickly grew bigger. The few people entered it one after another. Chapter 1571. A moment later, a tiger shark-like battleship sped through the starry sky. From afar, it looked like a real tiger shark with a ferocious appearance. Inside the tiger shark battleship, Wu Chang and the others were excited. Although they didn't know the difference between a battleship and a starboat, they knew how precious it was. When Lu Yi set off from the Wanxiang Sea, he bought a total of 30 silver fish starboats and 10 tiger shark battleships, which almost emptied his fortune. What he left for Wu Chang and the others was only a small part of it. This was a small battleship that could be piloted by 3 to 5 people, which was perfect for Wu Chang and the others. Through the messages sent by Wu Chang and the others, the news of Lu Ye's safe return had spread even before he returned to the 9 states. Even though he had been missing for 6 years, Lu Ye of the Jade Blood Sect was still as powerful as ever. For cultivators, 6 years was not a long time. Back then, the 9 states army counterattacked the insect race's great mystery realm, and the expedition to the blood-refining world were still vivid in their minds. It was these 2 major battles that laid the foundation for the 9 states domain today. If there was anyone who had played a decisive role in these 2 major battles, it would be Lu Ye of the Jade Blood Sect. After that, when Wu Shuang was attacked, it was also Lu Yi who killed Yu Yao with a red talisman and lured the second Yu Yao away alone, which allowed the 9 states' constellations to escape unscathed. How could they forget such a feat? How could they dare to forget it? Along with the news of Lu Ye's return, the news of the Wanxiang Sea also spread. As expected, this attracted the interest of the 9 states' constellations. When they learned that Lu Yi was going to bring a group of people to the Wanxiang Sea, they all rubbed their palms in anticipation. As a result, before Lu Yi returned to the 9 states, the 9 states' constellations who received the news were already rushing towards the 9 states, ready to wait for Lu Ye's return. A few days after bidding farewell to Wu Chang and the others, Lu Yi suddenly felt a slight warmth on the back of his hand. He understood and raised his hand to touch the back of his hand. The next moment, an excited and familiar voice sounded in his mind. "Lu Yi, you're back!" There was no one else who could contact him in such a place other than Little Nine. The battlefield imprint could be used in the 9 states, but it couldn't be used outside of the 9 states. "I'm back." Lu Yi replied, "How are you?" I'm fine. I heard that you went missing. Where have you been all these years?" "It's a long story." Lu Yi sighed and casually told him about how he had been chased by Tang Jun, the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Xiao Zhou obviously knew about the 10,000 Elephant Sea. After all, some things from the previous 9 regions era had been left behind. The current cultivators were not clear about the outside world, but Xiao Zhou could still grasp some information that the cultivators of the 9 regions did not know from the remnant information. For example, Xiao Zhou had always known about the reincarnation tree's clone. What's wrong with the 10,000 Elephant Sea? Lu Yi felt that Little Nine's tone was strange. A little bit Little Nine. Little Nine probably hadn't communicated with anyone for a long time. In the entire 9 regions, other than Lu Yi, only the city lord of Immortal Essence City knew of its existence. Usually, it would at most give some vague hints to the cultivators of 9 regions, and would not directly communicate with them. In the past few years, when Lu Yi was not around, Little Nine had been bored to death. Now that Lu Yi had returned, it naturally caught him and talked endlessly. Lu Yi was not impatient and chatted casually with Little Nine on the way. Time flew by. A few days later, a realm appeared in front of them. Standing on the star boat, Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief as he gazed in the direction of the realm. Suddenly, he had a faint feeling of homesickness. Seemingly aware of the change in his mentality, Li Shang looked in the direction he was looking and asked, "Is that your homeland?" Lu Yi nodded, "Yes." Li Shang continued to observe, but soon noticed that something was not right. Next to Lu Ye's homeland, there was a huge world domain. Although the 2 world domains were not close to each other, they were very close. Looking at the starry sky, such a scene was obviously not normal. What shocked him even more was that from a distance, the world domain had the appearance of a woman, but this woman seemed to have her head and limbs cut off by someone. Li Shang suddenly remembered a passage he had recorded in the ancient records of Soul Race and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If what he saw was really the same as what was recorded, it would be too terrifying. The star boat swept through the sky, getting closer and closer to the land of the 9 provinces. Just as they were about to enter the land of the 9 provinces, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. They should be the star mansions of the 9 provinces, and were preparing to return. The news of Lu Ye's return had only spread for half a month, and many star mansions of the 9 provinces had returned after receiving the news. These 2 were undoubtedly not far from the land of the 9 provinces, which was why they could return so quickly. Noticing the movement behind them, the 2 stopped and looked back. At a glance, they saw a star boat rapidly approaching and stopping in front of them. Looking up, a familiar face that had disappeared for 6 years appeared in their field of vision. Senior Brother Qian, Senior Sister Fan, long time no see. On the star boat, Lu Yi cupped his fists and bowed. There were many star mansions of the 9 provinces now, and Lu Yi was not familiar with many of them. However, the 2 in front of him could be considered quite close. In the past, Qian Wudong, the head of the law department of the War Province, and Fan Xiangyi, the head of the dispatch department. In any case, Lu Yi had worked under Qian Wudong for some time. Although he had no direct relationship with Fan Xiangyi because he had a lot of contact with Qian Wudong, he was quite familiar with Fan Xiangyi. Back then, Qian Wudong liked to run to the dispatch department. From the looks of it, the 2 of them were probably inseparable by now. Lu Yi. Fan Xiangyi's beautiful eyes lit up. She was obviously surprised. "I was just talking about you with old Qian, and you're already back." Qian Wudong also said, "You're really fast. Where did you find this star boat?" It was clear that this was the first time they had ascended to the constellation realm, and Lu Yi had ascended to the constellation realm not much earlier than him. However, Lu Yi had already obtained a planetary ship for the 9 prefectures, and now he had obtained another one. This was truly impressive. Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Of course I bought it. It was not like he could rob someone." "You bought it in the 10,000 Elephant Sea? How many spirit jades does it cost?" Qian Wudong looked at the star ship with great interest. He thought to himself, "If it's not too expensive, I'll buy one myself. I can ride it and travel the universe with Fan Xiangyi. How happy would that be? 300,000 spirit jades." Qian Wudong's eyes seemed to have been stung. He quickly looked away and asked uncertainly, "How much?" He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. 300,000. Lu Yi looked at him calmly. Qian Wudong looked back at him as if he was looking at a wastrel. Fan Xiangyi's expression was also full of shock. 300,000 spirit jades was not just 30 spirit jades. The 2 of them had been searching for spirit jades in the universe for so many years, and they probably only had a few thousand spirit jades in total. How many years would it take them to find 300,000 spirit jades? Qian Wudong smiled stiffly and nodded. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. He muttered in his heart, is it so easy to make a fortune in the legendary Wanxiangxi? He was already very interested in the Wanxiangxi, and now he was even more eager to go and have a look. He immediately changed the topic. Yeah, when you were working in the law department, I treated you well, right? Lu Yi immediately became alert. What is senior brother trying to do? Is he interested in my star boat? Although it was not a big deal to give away a star boat, he was afraid that if he really gave it away and the news spread, he would not have so many star boats to give away. Qian Wudong smiled. Don't be nervous. As your senior brother, I don't care about you. However, I heard that you're going to take a group of people to the Wanxiangxi, and I am quite interested in that place. Remember to take me with you when you leave. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. Then it's a deal. Qian Wudong was happy. He asked again, what kind of place is the Wanxiangxi? Before Lu Yi could say anything, Fan Xiangyi glanced at him. Junior brother Lu has just returned and has not entered the world yet. You can go visit him when you have time. You don't have to drag him here to talk about this. Qian Wudong slapped his forehead. I didn't think it through. Yeah, you go back first. I will visit you later. Lu Yi cupped his fists. Senior brother, senior sister, I will go first. Go. Qian Wudong waved his hand. Watching Lu Ye's starboat leave, Qian Wudong shook his head and said, I'm afraid there will be a good show. What? Fan Xiangyi was confused. Qian Wudong said, Didn't you see that Ye has a girl and a child with him? We haven't seen each other for a few years, and the child is already born. Do you think it will be interesting if this news reaches that person's ears? Fan Xiangyi immediately understood who he was talking about. In recent years, many constellations had been born in Jiuzhou. However, the most famous constellation had to be the poison doctor of the Jade Blood sect. Medical cultivators were rare. Among all the sects, the number of medical cultivators was the least. There were even fewer medical cultivators who could cultivate to constellation. In Jiuzhou, there were only a few dozen medical cultivators among the 1,500 constellations. For a medical cultivator who could ascend to a constellation, there was naturally no need to doubt their attainments in the art of healing. Basically, it was difficult to determine who was better. However, among them, there was one who had a unique way of treating others. It was said that the treatment process was too horrible to look at. All the cultivators who asked her to treat them, even if they were constellations, suffered inhumane torture. They were traumatized for the rest of their lives. But the strange thing was, the more painful the process was, the better the effect was. Other medical cultivators might take a month to treat injuries, but she only took 10 days to half a month at most. The most famous time was when Long Bo, the city lord of the 1,000-demon city of the War Province, was bitten by an unknown star beast in the starry sky. He was poisoned and returned in a sorry state. At that time, the 1,000-demon city of the War Province gathered all the medical cultivators in Jiuzhou to treat Long Bo. However, the results were not satisfactory. In the end, it was the poison doctor's turn to treat Long Bo. In just 3 days, Long Bo was saved. Chapter 1572. No one knew the specifics of the treatment process, and Long Bo refused to talk about it. However, ever since that time, Long Bo's face would turn green, and his body would tremble whenever he heard the name of this person. Long Bo was so famous that even a man made of iron was beaten up like this, let alone other people. Some people didn't believe it and went to the Jade Blood sect to seek treatment from this person. However, after the first visit, there was no second visit. Therefore, in recent years, even if the 9 states' constellations were seriously injured in the starry sky, they would try not to go to the Jade Blood sect unless it was absolutely necessary. This made the Jade Blood sect's poison doctor even more famous. However, this person's medical skills were indeed amazing. It was recognized in the 9 states that as long as the person was still breathing, she could save them. There was also a rumor that this poison doctor and Liu Ye had known each other for a long time and had a deep relationship. Liu Ye had been missing for 6 years. If he came back now, that person would only be happy. However, if he came back with a beautiful woman and a 5 or 6-year-old child, no one knew how that person would react. I didn't expect Ye to be so good at these things. Gan Wudong touched his chin with interest. Are you jealous? Fan Xiangyi turned to look at him with a smile. Impossible. Gan Wudong looked solemn. I'm looking down on him. I, Gan Wudong, am a good man. I can't stand this kind of person. Fan Xiangyi snorted softly and turned to the 9 states. Gan Wudong quickly followed. Mount Ao of the War State. The scenery of the past was still there, and the sect became more lively. Now that the 9 states' resources were stronger than before, it made it easier for the low-level cultivators to cultivate. In the past 6 years, a large number of Cloud River True Lake cultivators had emerged in the sect. Liu Yi even noticed a few Spirit Ocean cultivators. Many disciples were flying around the Spirit Peaks. Some were sparring in the square. Some were running through the wilderness. Some were opening up spirit fields and planting spirit plants. The Jade Blood sect finally had the aura of a major sect. Liu Yi put away the spirit boat and took Li Shang and Yaya to the main peak. It was always the busiest place. After all, Heaven's Fate Hall was located on Heavenguard Peak, and all of the disciples who entered and exited the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield had to go there. On a huge platform in the Zhang front, a disciple at the Spirit Sea Realm was teaching cultivation. In front of him was a group of young children sitting with their legs crossed, looking solemn. Liu Yi recognized the Divine Ocean cultivator who was teaching the disciples. He was none other than Kong Niu, who had followed Hua Ci back then. This fellow's temperament was dull, and his martial talent wasn't too high. But the more a person was like this, the more stubborn they would be when it came to cultivation. There were many disciples of the Blue Blood sect in Liu Ye's generation, and many of them had surpassed Kong Niu in terms of martial talent and cultivation. But now that Kong Niu had reached the Divine Sea, his achievements had surpassed the vast majority of them. Compared to the hustle and bustle of Heaven's Fate Hall, the other corner was much quieter. This was where the second sister, Shui Yuan, lived. Liu Yi used to come here often, and every time he came, there would be delicious food. Now that the headmaster was not in the sect, Shui Yuan was in charge of all the affairs of the Blue Blood sect. But she was already a constellation cultivator, so she didn't ask too much about the affairs of the sect. The eyes of constellation cultivators were always in the starry sky. So, unless the sect encountered something difficult to solve, the few Divine Ocean cultivators who had just reached the Divine Sea Realm would come to consult Shui Yuan. Other times, they could solve the problem by themselves. Liu Yi glanced over there and didn't disturb them. The difference in their cultivation was too great. If he wanted to hide it, Kong Niu wouldn't be able to find him. He walked straight to the other side and went straight to the familiar thatched hut. Liu Yi then revealed his aura. In an instant, there was a clanking sound in the thatched hut, and then 2 divine senses belonging to constellation cultivators spread out at the same time. Feeling the familiarity of the divine senses, Liu Yi smiled. The door of the hut was opened, and 2 figures darted out one after another. Both of them were covered in dust, and it was unknown what they were doing in the hut. However, smelling the pill fragrance wafting out of the hut, Liu Yi roughly understood that the 2 of them were probably refining pills at a critical moment, but they were interrupted by his arrival. Needless to say, that cauldron of pills was probably wasted. Second senior sister. Liu Yi bowed to the person on his left. Shui Yuan touched the dust on her face, but the more she rubbed, the darker it became. Her face was covered in dirt, but she still smiled like a flower. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. There was an accident, so I've been drifting outside until now. Thank you for your concern, second senior sister. Feeling Shui Yuan's relief, Lu Ye's heart felt warm. Although the 10,000 elephant sea was good, this was the place where he cared and cared about the people who cared about him. Lu Yi turned to look at Hua Xiai. He hadn't seen her for 6 years, and this woman's charm had become even more mature. It was as if he could squeeze water out of her with a casual pinch, and her smile was still so gentle. Like second senior sister, her face was a mix of black and white, and she just quietly smiled at Lu Yi. For eyes met, and Lu Yi saw his own reflection in the woman's clear eyes. Even if she didn't say anything, he felt that the hard work of running around was nothing. In front of the hut, falling flowers drifted, and the man and woman, who hadn't seen each other for several years, looked at each other tenderly. The scene seemed to be frozen at this moment. "Daddy, I'm hungry." A voice suddenly sounded, and Ye in Li Shang's arms broke this beautiful scene. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched, and he suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked at the woman in front of him, and the tenderness in his eyes turned into surprise and astonishment. Looking at Lu Yi, and then looking at Li Shang behind him, and then looking at Ye in Li Shang's arms, her smile was still gentle, but Lu Yi clearly felt that it had changed. Things were not good. Yi didn't get a response from Lu Yi, and then said to Li Shang, "Mother, I'm hungry." Disaster was coming. Even Shui Yuan's expression became strange. Hua Xi's gentle voice sounded, "Whose little girl is this? She looks so cute." Yi stuck out her chest and said proudly, "Yi is Daddy and Mother's little girl." They were dead. Lu Yi hurriedly said, "It's not what you think, haha." Hua Xiai covered her mouth and chuckled, then turned around, and with a burst of spiritual power, flew out, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Don't go, listen to me," Lu Yi shouted, but Hua Xiai ignored him, as if she didn't hear him. Although Li Shang didn't know what happened, she was also a woman with a pure heart, and she had some guesses. She couldn't help but push Lu Yi. "Go after her." Lu Yi turned to look at second senior sister, and Shui Yuan looked at him with a face of blame. You. It was fine that he attracted bees and butterflies outside, and it was fine that he gave birth to a child, but when he came back, he actually brought back bees and butterflies together with his child. Even the most magnanimous woman couldn't accept such a scene. Shui Yuan really didn't know what Lu Yi was thinking. "Second senior sister, I'll have to trouble you to take care of them," Lu Yi said, and then urged Li Shang, "Fellow Taoist, please explain the trouble." Li Shang nodded, "Don't worry." Lu Yi then rushed into the sky and chased in the direction Hua Xiai left. After a while, Lu Yi fell from the green bamboo peak. This spirit peak was chosen for him by Yi, and was bestowed by the headmaster after he advanced to the true lake realm. Strictly speaking, he was still the peak master of the green bamboo peak, and had the right to accept disciples and teach here. However, Lu Yi had been constantly on the move, and had no intention of doing so. Thus, until now, only a few people close to Lu Yi lived on the green bamboo peak. Now that Yi and Giant Jiao weren't here, only Hua Xiai lived here. The buildings didn't change much, and his little bamboo house was still there. Next to the bamboo house was Hua Xi's residence, which was also a bamboo house. At this moment, Hua Xiai was in the bamboo house. Lu Yi didn't enter, and instead looked outside the bamboo house, at a figure that looked like a door god. He had seen this thing before. At first glance, it looked like a toad, but there weren't so many lumps on its body. Instead, it had a copper color, and seemed to be something Hua Xiai tamed from the cloudy river battlefield. When Lu Yi saw this thing back then, it wasn't big, but now it was as big as a house. It squatted there, and its two protruding eyes stared at Lu Yi. What shocked Lu Yi the most was that this thing's entire body was filled with the aura of a constellation. When he first saw this thing back then, Lu Yi felt that it wasn't an ordinary species. Now that he looked at it again, he was even more certain that it had some incredible bloodline, or else it wouldn't have grown so quickly. The former 9 continents was a top-notch domain, and there were many ferocious beasts. When the 9 continents fell, these ferocious beasts left behind some bloodlines. So it wasn't surprising. Coo! A strange sound came from the toad's mouth. At the same time, it opened its mouth and a scarlet bullet shot out, heading straight for Lu Yi at lightning speed. Lu Yi was secretly surprised, because this thing's strength was quite good. If it were an ordinary cultivator at the early stage of constellation facing this attack, it would really be difficult to dodge. However, his strength was ultimately not something an ordinary constellation cultivator could compare to. So when faced with this attack, he didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the scarlet bullet in his hand. It was warm to the touch. It was the strange beast's tongue. Lu Yi exerted more force, and the toad's already protruding eyeballs protruded even more. Its house-sized body was pulled by a strong force, and it flew straight towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi sidestepped to avoid its impact and grabbed its tongue and spun it around a few times. Then he let go, and the giant toad flew high into the sky. He shaded his eyes with his hand and took a look, then clapped his hands in satisfaction. Before he could continue forward, the ground suddenly shook, and then a cold light pierced out from under his feet like a sharp sword. Lu Yi leaped up, but the cold light was hot on his tail. Only then did Lu Yi realize what had attacked him. It was a scorpion the size of a pot lid. There was a blood-red pattern on the back of the scorpion, which looked like a human face, and it was a beautiful face. It was smiling sweetly at Lu Yi, and it was seductive. The scorpion's tail was raised high, and a cold light flickered at its tail. This scorpion only had the aura of a deity ocean. But before it attacked, Lu Yi didn't notice it at all. What kind of playthings did Hua Ci raise? Chapter 1573. After a few breaths, the scorpion the size of a pot lid was trapped in a formation. It was dizzy and could not escape. Lu Yi strode towards the bamboo building and went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. When he pushed open the bamboo door, a fishy smell hit his face and a hissing sound could be heard. With a casual grab, he caught a green snake in his hand. He fixed his eyes on it. This green snake was as long as a fresh and tender bamboo branch. Even though he was holding its head, its ferocity did not diminish. The snake's forked tongue flickered in and out. Lu Yi stared at it, and with just a slight push of his own power, the green snake immediately went limp, and its originally straight body went limp. He casually coiled it around his waist and tied a knot. When he looked up, he saw Hua Ci walking out from the inner room. She was carrying a large number of bundles, big and small. She looked like she was about to go on a long trip. Lu Yi was surprised. Madam, where are you going?" It was the first time Hua Ci had heard him call her that, but the two of them were used to fooling around when they were together, so she was not surprised. She put on a straight face and spat. "Bah, who's your madam? Don't call me that." She raised her hand and wiped the corners of her eyes full of resentment and her face full of tears. "Where else can I go? Of course, I'm going to make room for your family of 3. You can live here in the future and live happily with a filial daughter." Lu Yi chased after her to explain, but when he saw Hua Ci's expression, he knew that there was no need to explain further. He chuckled and said, "Where else can you live if not here?" Hua Ci's voice was sad. "This world is so big. There must be a place for me to stay. If not, I'll just go to a small nest in the starry sky and live." "Are you really leaving?" Lu Yi pretended to be surprised. Hua Ci said, "It's always the newcomers who are smiling. The old ones are only an eyesore. Why should I stay?" Lu Yi nodded. "That makes sense. Be careful on the road. When you find a place to stay, let me know and I'll come back to see you. Take care of yourself." Hua Ci looked at him deeply, then walked out with bags of various sizes. As they brushed past each other, Hua Ci suddenly cried out in alarm. Her body was lifted into the air, and she instinctively threw away the package in her hands. She opened her arms and hugged Lu Ye's neck. "What are you doing?" Lu Yi lowered her head and stared at her. "Take a guess." Hua Ci still wanted to struggle, but she was slapped down by Lu Yi and immediately became obedient. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was covered in disarray. After a long while, Hua Ci laid lazily on Lu Ye's chest. She crossed her hands and rested her chin on them. Then she stared at him with wide eyes. Her expression was one of shock. "You're saying that girl is Sunshine?" Lu Yi held his head in his hands and nodded solemnly. Yaya is indeed Sunshine, but she suffered from the soul-devouring aphids, so there are some problems with her mind. Now, she has the temperament of a child. Hua Ci expressed her suspicions. "Are you lying to me?" No matter how she looked at it, this matter sounded unreal. Lu Yi raised her hand and pinched her nose. "If I really wanted to lie to you, I wouldn't have made it sound so ridiculous." Hua Ci thought it was reasonable, so she said, "So she regarded you as her father and that woman as her mother." That is fellow Taoist Li Shang. Li Shang is from the Soul clan, and Yi is somewhat similar to her. I brought her back, mainly to solve the problem of Immortal Essence City. Not many people in 9 regions knew about Immortal Essence City. Lu Yi had mentioned it to Hua Ci before, so Hua Ci had a little understanding of Immortal Essence City. Hearing this, Hua Ci nodded. The ancestors of Immortal Essence City have suffered for many years. It would be good if it could be solved. So now you understand. Don't believe your own eyes easily in the future. You have to listen to other people's explanation. Lu Yi raised his hand and slapped her again. Her flesh rose and fell, and it felt great to the touch. Hua Ci smiled and suddenly opened her mouth and bit Lu Ye's shoulder. This time, she bit so hard that Lu Yi felt pain. "What are you doing?" Lu Yi felt that his shoulder was bitten. It could be seen that Hua Ci used a lot of force. "Are you retaliating against me?" Hua Ci's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as she slanted her eyes at Lu Yi. "What do you mean?" Lu Yi was puzzled. "When I was in the Wushuang continent, I was holding someone else's child. So now you suddenly brought a child back." "There's no such thing." Lu Yi denied it. Even if there was, he would never admit it. Otherwise, with Hua Ci's temperament, she would retaliate sooner or later. Just pretend there's no such thing. Hua Ci curled her lips and suddenly opened her mouth and bit Lu Ye's other shoulder. "What's wrong?" Lu Yi endured the pain and bit harder than before. He was sure that his shoulder was bitten. Hua Ci looked up. Her lips were dark red, and the light in her eyes was even more dangerous. She exhaled at Lu Yi and said, "Just now you seem to have some more tricks up your sleeves, which has never happened before. How do you explain this?" Lu Ye's heart thumped, but his face was calm. "I'm talented and self-taught." Hua Ci looked at him with a smile, and her deep eyes seemed to look into the depths of his soul. Then she lowered her head, and her scattered hair covered her delicate face, making people unable to see her expression. Her voice, however, sounded like it came from the depths of purgatory. "Then I have to take a good look." Lu Yi could not help but shudder. Jade Blood Sect, at the center of Ao Mountain's array. A few disciples guarding this place stared at the sky, seemingly having nothing to do. Suddenly, a ray of light swept in from the outside and entered Ao Mountain, rushing towards the location of the Guardian Peak. A disciple chewed on a blade of grass and said in boredom, "How many waves has it been today?" "It's the 4th wave. There are almost 100 constellations here." Another disciple replied, "What's going on?" Someone did not understand. The disciples guarding this place did not have high cultivations, only at the level of True Lake. Hence, they did not know the exact reason. They only knew that since a few days ago, cultivators from constellations kept coming to visit. At first, there were not many people, and the frequency was not high. However, as time passed, more and more people came, and the frequency increased. It was as if all the constellations in the 9 continents were rushing back from the starry sky to come here. It could be foreseen that the more time passed, the more frequent this situation would be. A true lake cultivator who knew the inside story said softly, "This should be related to the person on Chuizhu Peak." Chuizhu Peak? When they heard this, the image of a woman with a gentle temperament immediately appeared in their minds. Many of them had seen this woman before and knew that she was one of the earliest disciples of the Blue Blood sect and was one of the few constellations in the sect. The name of the poison doctor was also widely known. The person who spoke knew who they were thinking about and said, "It's not the poison doctor. It's the peak master of Chuizhu Peak." The few true lake cultivators were shocked. That legend. Everyone knew that the peak master of Chuizhu Peak was a legendary figure. He had not been in the Jade Blood sect for long and did not seem to be very old. However, he seemed to be the mastermind behind all the major events in the 9 continents. He was also one of the earliest cultivators to ascend to the constellation level. 6 years ago, he disappeared for some reason, and there was no news of him. "He's back?" someone asked in shock. "I heard from Marshal Uncle Kongyo that he's back. It seems like there's something big going on, which is why the constellations from the 9 continents are here to visit." What's the big thing? Who knows? But let's wait and see. Anything related to him is not an ordinary matter. Maybe the 9 continents is going to change again. On Shojin Peak, Shui Yuan looked in the direction of Chuizhu Peak with a worried expression. Ever since Hua Si and Lu Yi left one after another that day, Shui Yuan did not even need to think to know what the two of them were doing. What else could they do when they met after such a long separation? But it had been a few days. Why hadn't they come out yet? The constellations who came to visit after hearing the news could not see Lu Yi, so Shui Yuan could only receive them herself. In the past few days, she had received more than 100 people, so she did not even have time to study the pill recipe. Although Lu Yi didn't talk to her about anything after he came back from Lishang, from the mouth of the 9 regions' constellations, she learned about Lu Ye's plans after his return. It was because he was going to bring a group of people to the 10,000 Elephant Sea that the cultivators of the 9 continents could not wait to rush back from the starry sky to ask Lu Yi about various matters. However, everyone knew that it was impossible for Lu Yi to take everyone with him this time. He could only take a portion of them with him. However, there were too many constellations that were interested in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Who should go and who should stay was a problem that required careful coordination. The constellations who came to visit were all familiar with Lu Yi, so they wanted to greet him in advance and go through the back door. In the end, Shui Yuan had no choice but to tell everyone that they would gather at the 9 Continents Guardian Hall 1 month later. At that time, Lu Yi would appear and explain everything. Only then did the Jade Blood sect become much quieter. 1 month was still a little rushed. After all, some constellations of the 9 continents were very far away in the starry sky. Even if they received the news, they would not be able to rush back in 1 month. Now, the only planetary ship in the 9 continents had set sail, preparing to bring back the constellations that were scattered outside as much as possible. Everything was going on in full swing, but the initiator was nowhere to be seen. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, half a month, Li Shang brought Yaya to live on the Guardian Peak. Yaya had a child's temperament, jumping up and down every day, fishing for birds and catching fish. Others did not know the details of her sunshine, but Li Shang was clear about it, so he stayed by her side every day to prevent anyone from provoking her. Seeing that the 1 month deadline was approaching, Lu Yi still did not show up. Shui Yuan could only go to the Chuizhu Peak personally to discuss with him. Just as she arrived at the Chuizhu Peak, she saw a familiar figure holding the bamboo tower stairs, staggering down step by step. Shui Yuan took a closer look and turned pale with fright. She hurried forward. "Little junior brother, how did you end up like this?" At this moment, Lu Yi had dark circles under his eyes were sunken, and his face was bloodless. He looked like his vitality had been greatly damaged. Even with his late-stage constellation foundation, His legs were actually shaking when he walked. Hearing the voice, Lu Yi took a look. His eyes slowly focused and he forced a smile. Second senior sister. Chapter 1574. What's going on? Shui Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought that since the two of them had been hiding here for a month, they must be enjoying themselves. However, seeing junior brother's attitude, it seemed that things were not what she thought. Family misfortune, it's a long story. Lu Yi waved his hand sadly. He almost thought that he was going to die here. If it weren't for the 1-month deadline and many people urging him to hurry to the 9 Regions Guard Palace, he wouldn't have been able to leave. Lu Yi. Hua Si's voice came from the bamboo house, gentle as water. It's time to drink the medicine. Hearing this voice, Lu Ye's face changed. He immediately urged his spiritual power, and his body swayed as he soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Inside the bamboo house, Hua Si walked out with a huge bowl in her hands. The bowl was filled with a dark green liquid. Even the steam coming out of the bowl was green. Shui Yuan looked up and was surprised to find that Hua Si was completely different from Lu Ye's haggard state. Hua Si's face was radiant, and her skin was white with rosy, tender as if it could drip water. After only a month, Hua Si seemed to be a few years younger. Shui Yuan even felt that Hua Si's cultivation had become more profound. Why did he run away? Hua Si looked in the direction Lu Yi had left with a faint smile on her face. She then lowered her head to look at the medicinal concoction in her bowl and drank it all. This was a great tonic that she had spent a lot of effort to concoct, so she couldn't waste it easily. Shui Yuan looked at her snappily and understood what was going on. She blushed and said, "Although you're young, you still have to control yourself." Hua Si nodded meekly. Second senior sister is right. I'll talk to him next time. In the sky, Lu Yi went straight in the direction of the 9 Regions Guard Palace. He swayed for a while before he could stabilize his body. He was glad that he had escaped from the tiger's den. In this 1 month, he had gained a lot of insights. He finally understood why there was an ancient saying that there were only exhausted cows in the world and no plowed fields. A woman's physique was a very wonderful thing. She was obviously as soft as mud and begged for help, but she could recover in a short time. Lu Yi felt that he had been deceived by Hua Si, because in the past month, Hua Si had acted as if she was about to die, but in the end, the one who was about to die was him. This made him mistakenly think that he could win as long as he worked harder, but in fact, Hua Si had always been in control of the battle. He had indeed been deceived. The Guardian Hall of the 9 States was located in the Heaven Continent. The first guardian was Jian Guhong. Lu Yi had also been a guardian for a period of time. He was the second guardian, so he was familiar with the place. With his current speed, he only needed a short moment to arrive at the Guardian Hall. From afar, he could sense that a large group of constellations were gathered there. Someone with sharp eyes suddenly shouted, "Lu Yi is here!" In the next moment, many constellations looked in this direction and saw Lu Yi's figure. Lu Yi landed in front of the Guardian Hall and looked around. He saw many familiar and unfamiliar faces. He forced himself to stay alert and cupped his fists. "Sorry for the long wait." Pang Jin laughed. "You came at the right time. We came early." He looked at Lu Yi carefully and asked in confusion, "Yeah, are you injured? You don't look good." Lu Yi coughed. "It's just a small injury." He turned around and said, "There are a lot of people here. Let's talk outside." There were about 709 prefectures, constellation mansions, gathered here. It could be seen how efficient these constellation mansions were. Originally, these people were scattered all over the starry skies. After hearing the news, they all hurriedly rushed back. Not all of them were here. Otherwise, there would be more people. With so many people, there was no way they could all enter the Guardian Hall, so they might as well wait outside. No one had any objections. They each found a place to sit or stand. All of them looked in Lu Ye's direction. Lu Yi took out a cattail hassock and sat down. He did not beat around the bush and said directly, I believe that everyone has heard some news from different channels. This is also the reason why everyone is gathered here. I don't know what everyone has heard, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I can answer them. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzz. A large group of people spoke one after another. The scene instantly became chaotic. Lu Yi listened attentively. Although the scene was chaotic, he could easily hear them clearly if he paid attention. He had an idea. After the noise subsided, he smiled and said, It seems that everyone is interested in the 1,000-elephant sea. In that case, let's talk about it. I accidentally wandered there when I was being chased by Yu Yao from the Qing Li Dao world. He had told many people about the 1,000-elephant sea. Now that he mentioned it again, he was naturally familiar with it. Soon, the 1,000-elephant sea's magnificence was displayed in front of everyone like a painting. Lu Yi did not only talk about the beauty of the 1,000-elephant sea, he also talked about the chaos and danger there. After that, he mentioned that he had obtained the star chart from the reincarnation tree. He had experienced many hardships on the way back. The group of star constellations who had not seen much of the world listened with fascination. After Lu Yi finished speaking, everyone had a general understanding of the 1,000-elephant sea and the various things that had happened along the way. Only then did Lu Yi speak. Although I intend to bring some people to the 10,000-elephant sea, whether or not we should do so will depend on the common opinion of all of you. To be honest, although our 9 provinces is only a newly promoted large domain, it was an extremely famous top domain 10,000 years ago. Later on, something happened to it, and it attracted attacks from all sides, causing it to decline. Therefore, if we connect with a mainstream domain like the 10,000-elephant sea, it will be beneficial for us, but there are also some disadvantages. If the existence of the 9 provinces is exposed one day, it may cause some trouble. 10,000 years was a long time, but it was not so long for the cultivation world. Especially when it came to things like hatred, it was not easy to erase it. There were still people like Ma Bin active in the previous 9 states. If there was one Ma Bin, who knew if there would be a second or a third? Ma Bin did not want Lu Yi to have anything to do with him. He did not even dare to go to the reincarnation tree to inquire about the 9 states. He was afraid that someone would follow the vine to the melon. Therefore, once the name of the 9 states was exposed, there would be a lot of trouble. Connecting with a mainstream domain like the 1,000-elephant sea was a risk. Everyone naturally understood this. Longbow said, There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The 9 states is new, and we are only at the early stage of cultivation. If we rely on searching for spiritual jades in the starry sky to cultivate, when will we be able to reach the moon jade sunshine realm? The glory of the previous 9 states was not created by hiding behind closed doors. This is a rare opportunity. How can we miss it? Immediately, a large group of people nodded in agreement. It was not that those who did not want to go to the 1,000-elephant sea, but they were more concerned about the stakes involved. Pang Zhen also said, This is a rare opportunity. We cannot miss it. Some risks have to be taken, and there are some things that are useless just hiding. We cannot shrink back just because we are afraid. Only by being strong can we have the power to protect ourselves when danger comes. Lu Yi said, It seems that everyone agrees to go to the 1,000-elephant sea. Pang Zhen smiled. If we don't agree, why would we come here? Lu Yi nodded. All right, since that is the case, let's discuss the rules. There are currently 1,500 constellations in the 9 states. This time, I am prepared to bring 300 people to scout the way. When we have a firm foothold in the 1,000-elephant sea and familiarize ourselves with the route, if there is anyone else who wants to go to the 1,000-elephant sea, they can go on their own. Pang Zhen said, 300 people, isn't that a little too little? Although he knew that Lu Yi could not bring all of them, 300 people only made up 20% of the total number of people in the 1,000-elephant sea. Lu Yi said, "The first batch does not need too many people. Moreover, this operation is not just about the 9 states. In the Jade Conch Galaxy, the Qingli Dao world, and the Jade Conch Galaxy will have to send people. I have already visited the Qingli Dao world, but the Jade Conch Galaxy has not contacted them yet. However, with the 9 states' current foundation, if we want to establish ourselves in the 1,000-Elephant Sea, we have to cooperate with the other 2 worlds. They have Yu Yao, but we don't." Pang Zhen nodded in understanding. After a moment of silence, Long Bai cleared his throat and said, 300 out of 1,500. How to choose is the problem. Do you have any ideas? There were about 700 people gathered here alone, and there were many who had not come yet. All of them were looking forward to it. It was not easy to choose 300 people. Lu Yi hurriedly said, "I am only in charge of leading the way. As for how to choose the people, you can discuss among yourselves. There is only one thing: do not harm the harmony. This is not the only opportunity." He had never planned to get involved in the selection of people. He only needed to bring his family members to the 1,000-Elephant Sea. Of course, the prerequisite was that they were willing to go. If anyone did not want to go, he would not force them. As he spoke, Lu Yi took out a storage ring and handed it to Pang Zhen. "Senior brother Pang, keep the things inside for now. You can distribute them as you wish." After he finished speaking, Lu Yi stood up and shot into the sky. What he left for Pang Zhen were naturally the starships and warships he had brought back from the 1,000-Elephant Sea. He had left some of them with Wu Shuang, and the rest were all given to Pang Zhen. Seeing Lu Yi leave, Pang Zhen and Long Bai looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They knew that Lu Yi did not want to offend anyone, so he left the hot potato to them. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only brace themselves and discuss with the others. After leaving the Guardian Hall, Lu Yi found a desolate place and called out, "Little Nine." An inexplicable energy gathered around Lu Yi as Little Nine appeared. It was still in the form of a rabbit. Looking at Lu Yi, it flew into a rage and said, "That woman is too much. How could she torture you like this? Look at what she's done to you. Lu Yi, do you want me to help you teach her a lesson?" Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What lesson? Children shouldn't talk nonsense when they don't know anything. Besides, I have already taught her a lesson. Chapter 1575. When Little Nine heard this, it finally gave up. "Let me show you something good," Lu Yi said as he took out 2 fist-sized things from his storage ring. Little Nine's gaze was immediately attracted as it skipped over to Lu Yi. "What is this?" Little Nine looked at it suspiciously, not quite recognizing this thing, but instinctively felt that this thing seemed to be of great use to Juzhou. World Eater Beast's crystal core. This is the crystal core of the World Eater Beast? Little Nine was overjoyed. It undoubtedly knew about the World Eater Beast, but it had never seen it before. It's the real deal. Lu Yi casually threw the 2 crystal cores over. Little Nine raised its paw to catch them, tilting its head and looking left and right. The more it looked, the happier it was. Then Lu Yi watched as it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the 2 crystal cores into its stomach, one at a time. The rabbit in front of him was the manifestation of Little Nine. It was not a physical body, but a special kind of energy gathering. Naturally, it could not eat. So it seemed that Little Nine had swallowed the 2 crystal cores into its stomach, but in fact, the 2 crystal cores of the World Eater Beast had been moved to another place, allowing Jojo to slowly digest these 2 crystal cores and improve its foundation. Is there anything else? Little Nine looked at Lu Yi with a somewhat unsatisfied expression. Thinking back to when Lu Yi was not strong enough, it had secretly taken care of him many times, openly and secretly giving Lu Yi many benefits. Now that Lu Yi was strong, it knew to bring back good things from the outside. Suddenly, it felt like its own child had worked hard outside and learned to be filial to its elders. No more. Lu Yi spread his hands. It was not easy to encounter a World Eater Beast. Along the way, he had encountered it by chance in the clear wind realm. While speaking, Lu Yi remembered something. Right? Do you recognize what this is? As he spoke, he took out another item from his storage ring. It was pink in color, and at first glance, it looked like the body of a pink snake. It was rather fleshy, but in reality it was not flesh and blood, and there was no trace of blood. It was the thing that Lu Yi had brought back from the Nebula burial mound in the Thousand Hills tomb. The blue bird had swallowed the pink, worm-like thing in the burial mound. As a result, there were several dozen feet of it left, and it was all taken back by Lu Yi. It contained a surging energy, but ordinary refining methods were useless. Only when Lu Yi activated the talent tree could he use the talent tree to devour the energy. But in this way, the fuel consumption of the talent tree was too serious. To bear the consumption of the talent tree's fuel, he might as well go cultivate in the 10,000 Hills Sea. Therefore, this thing was of little value to him. Li Shan also didn't recognize what it was. Lu, you wanted to let Little Nine take a look to see if he could find any clues. He threw the pink, flesh-like object in front of Little Nine. Little Nine walked around the object while looking at it. Lu Yi gradually realized that something was wrong because the more Little Nine looked at it, the brighter its eyes became. It looked like it was itching for something. It was even more obvious than when it saw the World Eater Beast's crystal core. Then Little Lu opened his mouth again. A rabbit's mouth wasn't that big. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be able to swallow such a big thing. But the rabbit that Little Nine had transformed into wasn't a real rabbit. So when it opened its mouth, its entire head suddenly expanded many times. Even the rabbit's mouth became a bloody mouth. In one bite, a large piece of pink disappeared without a trace. Lu Yi was stunned. What is this? Little Lu looked at him. I don't know. I don't know what you eat. Lu Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Little Lu said, although I don't know what it is, the energy contained in it is the foundation of a world. It is the same as the energy in the realm-devouring beast's crystal core. It can help the growth of a world. Lu Yi was stunned. Then he silently took out the pink, flesh-like thing from his storage ring. Little Nine was dumbstruck, then cheered and jumped up in joy. One bite at a time, he ate all the things that Lu Yi took out into his stomach. In just a moment, he finished it all. It's gone. Lu Yi looked at him. Little Lu said, where did you get this thing? The energy contained in it seems to be even stronger than the realm-devouring beast's crystal core. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, on the way back, we passed by a space wonder called the Thousand Mound Grave. There were many large and small nebula burial mounds. This thing was taken out from one of the burial mounds. Little Lu's rabbit eyes lit up. There are many burial mounds. Lu Yi nodded solemnly. Countless. He could tell what Little Lu was thinking at a glance and cut off his fantasies. But that burial mound is inexplicably dangerous. It's fine if you don't go near it, but once you do, you will be attacked. The reason I was able to obtain these things was all thanks to a blue bird. He told him what happened before. Little Lu was shocked when he heard this. That blue bird should be an ancient remnant. Ancient remnant? This was the first time Lu Yi had heard this term. Little Lu explained, in ancient times there were all kinds of fierce birds and strange beasts that wreaked havoc in the starry sky. They were all extremely large, but with the various changes in the starry sky and the hunting of powerful cultivators, the number of these ancient remnant became fewer and fewer. It is very rare to encounter them now. These words made Lu Yi think of the heavenly dog star. From afar, the heavenly dog star looked like a large dog. If the heavenly dog star was really formed from the corpse of a large dog, then this large dog was most likely an ancient remnant when it was alive, a vicious beast from the same era as the bluebird. Lu Yi, quickly become stronger. The future of 9 provinces depends on you. Little Lu suddenly said in a serious tone. This feeling of not being able to obtain a treasure mountain was too uncomfortable. If the tombs in the Qianqiu tomb contain those big pink worm-like things, 9 regions would only need to swallow some of them to obtain huge growth. At that time, it would not be a problem for them to be promoted to a top realm. But how could it be so simple to have ideas about the nebula burial mounds and the 1,000-mound grave? Not to mention the fact that the blue bird treated the pink bugs in the burial mounds as food. The burial mounds themselves contained great danger. Without enough strength, it was impossible to break open the burial mounds and obtain the pink bugs. But cultivation was not something that could be done overnight. Lu Yi was only at the late stage of the constellation realm. There was still Yu Yao and Ri. If he wanted to reach Ri, he did not know how many years it would take. Fortunately, 9 provinces was currently devouring the foundation of the Blood Forge world and Wushuang, gradually growing steadily. For the time being, there was no urgent need for other external forces. After dawdling with little Lu for a long time, Lu Yi reluctantly returned to the Blue Blood sect. On Shoujin Peak, Hua, Si and Shui Yuan were discussing something together. Seeing Lu Yi return, Hua Si raised her eyes and looked at him with a smile. Lu Yi forced himself to remain calm and avoided her gaze. He walked forward and asked, "What are you two studying?" Shui Yuan said, after 9 regions was promoted to a large domain. Some strange flowers and herbs that have never been seen before have been bred in the domain. They have some value in medicine. Junior sister and I are using these strange flowers and herbs as the basis to see if we can develop some suitable pill recipes. Lu Yi said, "Don't research anymore. When we go back to the 10,000 Elephant Sea, I'll ask someone to teach you some things." How could it be more convenient to research like this than to ask someone to teach them? Lu Yi just happened to have a suitable candidate in mind to recommend to them. That person's pill refining skills were extremely good, and he was suitable to guide Shui Yuan and Hua Si. Hearing him say this, Shui Yuan and Hua Si looked at each other. They suddenly felt that their originally excited research was meaningless. Hua Si's expression was somewhat resentful. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Yi saw that something was wrong and hurriedly changed the topic. "That's right, I brought back a gift." As he said this, he took out 2 green crystals and handed one to each of them. Shui Yuan and Hua Si looked at them curiously, but they could not figure out what they were at the moment. Lu Yi explained, "This is the crystal core of the wood spirit clan. It's very useful for medical practitioners. You'll know after you refine it." These 2 wood crystals were given to him by the Wood Spirit Clan leader after he was entrusted by the reincarnation tree to help the Wood Spirit Clan and the Spore Clan resolve the crisis. He originally wanted to bring them back for Hua Si and Shui Yuan, but he forgot about it some time ago. Lu Yi then took out many small cloth bags from her storage ring and handed them all to Shui Yuan. "These are some spiritual plants that I bought from the 10,000 Elephant Sea. I don't know much about this, so I just casually bought some. Perhaps some are not suitable for planting in the 9 prefectures. Second senior sister, please find someone to cultivate them." This was one of the benefits of connecting with the mainstream of the starry sky. Generally, new large realms would breed some strange flowers and herbs, but the quantity and quality were limited. However, if one was connected with the mainstream of the starry sky, they could buy some spiritual plants back like Lu Yi and cultivate them themselves. It was very convenient to buy whatever they wanted. After bidding farewell to the 2, Lu Yi found Li Shang and Yaya somewhere in Ao Mountain. Since coming to 9 provinces, Yaya had been playing like crazy. The tired Li Shang also followed her up the mountain and down the river like an old mother. When Lu Yi found them, Yaya was making a fire in the wilderness. She roasted some bird eggs on the fire, and there was a large flock of birds circling above her head, as if they were complaining about Yaya's behavior. Li Shang looked at Lu Yi with resentment. "You finally showed up." Even when they were captured and imprisoned, it was not as difficult as raising a child. The key was that Yaya's temperament was unpredictable, and there were no signs before she acted. I haven't returned for a long time, and there are some things that need to be taken care of. I'll have to trouble you." Lu Yi said with a serious face. "Is that so?" Li Shang's expression was playful, and he obviously knew something. Yaya held the roasted bird eggs and handed them over. "Daddy, eat." Lu Yi had noticed before that Yaya seemed to like to share her favorite things, so at this time it was best to follow her heart, otherwise she would be a little unhappy. Lu Yi took the roasted bird eggs, peeled them and ate them. Then he praised Yaya, making her very happy. He turned to Li Shang. "Fellow, please follow me to a place." Li Shang's expression was serious, and he vaguely understood. Chapter 1576. The reason why Li Shang took the trouble to return to 9 regions with Lu Yi was because of the agreement between them. Lu Yi gave her freedom, and she had to help Lu Ye's group of friends find a way out. Back then, she had accidentally exposed her whereabouts and was captured by a sunshine cultivator. In the end, she was sent to the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce to be auctioned. Lu Yi had spent a lot of money to snatch her from another bidder. For Li Shang, Lu Yi even missed the Phoenix Sky Blue crystal. Of course, in hindsight, missing it was a good thing, because he got the Hui and didn't need the Phoenix Sky Blue crystal at all. When she first met Lu Yi, Li Shang was filled with vigilance. This was because no one knew better than the Spiritas just how valuable they were to the cultivators of other races. Thus, for a long time, Li Shang didn't even bother to speak a single word to Lu Yi. No matter how sincere Lu Yi appeared to be, Li Shang felt that it was all just a trick of Lu Ye's. He was trying to win her trust so that she would willingly serve him. It wasn't until Lu Yi was summoned by the reincarnation tree that Li Shang realized Lu Ye's terrifying potential. It was also from that time that Li Shang gradually changed her impression of Lu Yi. Because those who could be chosen by the reincarnation tree and given a brand, there was no need to say anything about their temperament. It was basically impossible for them to be evil people. Slowly getting in touch, slowly getting familiar with each other, and now it could be said that they confided in each other. After returning to this side of the world for a month, Lu Yi had disappeared without a trace. Now that he suddenly appeared today, Li Shang naturally knew his intentions. As Lu Ye's voice fell, the void in front of him suddenly rippled, and then a portal appeared out of thin air. Li Shang was surprised, because she didn't notice any signs of Lu Yi urging spiritual power or other actions. With her eyesight, she couldn't see how this portal opened. How could she know that 9 regions had its own secrets? Lu Yi only needed to greet Little Nine in advance, and under the operation of Little Nine, this portal could open whenever he wanted. "Dao, friend, please." Lu Yi gestured with his hand, although Li Shang was puzzled. She didn't continue to investigate and stepped into the portal. Lu Yi picked up Yaya from the side and followed him in. The familiar Immortal Essence City immediately came into view. The place where Lu Yi and Li Shang appeared was the sole pool of the City Lord Mansion. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood quietly by the side, looking in their direction. Lu Yi turned his head and bowed. "Senior." This middle-aged man was the mayor of Immortal Origin City, Zhang Zishan. Zhang Zishan smiled and replied, "Ye is here." Then he glanced at Yaya in Lu Ye's arms and revealed a puzzled look, wondering why Lu Yi had brought a child in. Zhang Zishan's cultivation was only at the peak of the divine sea. With his eyesight, he naturally could not see through Yaya. But when he looked at Li Shang, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression, because he felt that there was a strange aura on Li Shang's body, and this aura gave him an inexplicable sense of intimacy. This feeling was obviously very abnormal. This is fellow Taoist Li Shang." Lu Yi introduced. "Senior, has Little Nine greeted you?" Zhang Zishan said, "Little Jiu only said that you would bring a friend over, but he didn't mention the specifics." Lu Yi understood and explained, "Senior, fellow Taoist Li Shang isn't a human. She's a soul." Just as he was speaking, the soul pool beside him suddenly surged. Then a few immortal essence guardians jumped out and rushed toward him while cursing. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. Zhang Zishan explained, "The secret realm of Immortal Essence City has opened, and now there is a group of little guys here to gain experience." Lu Yi spread out his divine sense, and sure enough, he sensed that there were many spirit stream realm cultivators scattered all over the city. Many of them were fighting fiercely with the Immortal Essence defenders. There was also a battlefield where over 100 spirit stream realm cultivators were divided into two groups, attacking each other. This reminded him of the scene when he first entered Immortal Essence City, which seemed to be not much different from the scene in front of him. Now, although 9 regions had been promoted to a large domain, the battle between Grand Heaven Alliance and Myriad Devil Ridge was still ongoing in the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield. Although there would inevitably be many casualties, the constellations of 9 regions had come this way step by step. Everyone knew that flowers raised in a greenhouse would not grow up, so 9 regions needed to fight and confront each other. If the world was truly harmonious, then the cultivators would also lose the opportunity to sharpen themselves. Only the cultivators who grew up in a bloody storm had the ability to face greater risks in the outside world. Otherwise, even if they were successful in their cultivation, they would be weak outside of 9 regions. The true strength of the Immortal Essence Guardians was naturally not as simple as Spirit Stream Realm. They had Cloud River, True Lake, and even Divine Sea Realm. However, when the secret realm of Immortal Essence City opened, the Immortal Essence Guardians would only use the strength of Spirit Stream Realm, so they would inevitably be killed by the cultivators. However, the Immortal Essence Guardians were all immortal in Immortal Essence City. Even if they were killed, they would be resurrected from the soul pool. Those Immortal Essence Guardians who were cursing just now should have been killed. Turning the Immortal Essence City into a secret realm, allowing the cultivators of 9 regions to gain experience in it, was also a way for the Immortal Essence Guardians to maintain their sanity, because most of the time they were sleeping in the soul pool. If they slept for too long, even with the nourishment of the soul pool, their sanity might have problems. Letting the cultivators enter this place to gain experience would increase the vitality of the Immortal Essence City, and the Immortal Essence Guardians could maintain their sanity for a longer time. In the past, the Immortal Essence City would occasionally be invaded by the Insect Clan, but since the cultivators of 9 regions captured the Insect Clan's secret realm, the Insect Clan had disappeared. Right now, the only way was to let the cultivators of 9 regions come in to gain experience. Lu Yi naturally looked down on this level of experience. Back then, she had risked her life to sharpen herself here, but now, looking at it again, it was just like children playing house. Beside the soul pool, Zhang Zishan looked at Li Shang and asked, "May I ask, fellow Taoist, what kind of race is the Soul Clan?" Li Shang smiled slightly and didn't explain. Instead, she slightly urged her own power. Visible to the naked eye, Li Shang's figure became illusory. Zhang Zishan's expression became very shocked, because with the urging of Li Shang's power, he noticed that the nature of the existence of the woman in front of him was similar to himself and the Immortal Essence Guardians. Li Shang then said, "Strictly speaking, you are also considered as the Soul Clan, but you are not born as the Soul Clan, but derived from the loss of your physical body. Fundamentally, you are slightly different from the real Soul Clan, but there is not much difference in nature." Lu Ye's expression was slightly shaken. Although he had this conjecture, it was still difficult to be sure before Li Shang confirmed it. Now, with Li Shang's words, the big stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Then he said, "Senior, I brought fellow Taoist Li Shang here to ask her to find a way out for you. Now that the crisis of 9 regions has been lifted and the Insect Clan's secret realm has been cleared, the ancestors of the Immortal Essence City can't be trapped in this soul pool forever." Zhang Zishan nodded. "You are very considerate. The reason why the Immortal Essence City existed was mainly to guard a crack in the Insect Clan's secret realm. Now that the crisis of the Insect Clan's secret realm had been lifted, the significance of the Immortal Essence City's existence was greatly reduced. These Immortal Essence Guardians couldn't keep suppressing their strength and play house with the little guys of the Spirit Stream Realm. The ancestors' sacrifice for justice couldn't be forgotten, and their contributions to 9 regions shouldn't be ignored. However, how to save them had become a sore point for Lu Yi until he saw Li Shang at the auction. Lu Yi turned to look at Li Shang again and bowed solemnly. "Fellow Taoist, please point out a way out for the Immortal Essence City." Li Shang pondered for a moment and looked at Zhang Zishan. "Can I go into the soul pool and take a look first?" Zhang Zishan stretched out his hand. "Please." Li Shang flashed into the soul pool. Yi also ran to the edge of the soul pool and poked her head out to take a look, looking very curious. Then she jumped down, but Lu Yi grabbed her by the collar in midair, making her dance for joy. After waiting for a moment, Li Shang revealed himself from the soul pool and said, "It seems that you have been able to survive for so many years because of the nourishment of the soul cleansing water in the soul pool, and also because you have left your soul imprints in the soul pool. Therefore, as long as the soul pool doesn't dry up, you will be immortal." Zhang Zishan nodded. "Fellow Taoist has good eyesight. That is indeed the case. When this realm suffered a disaster, we thought of many ways to find this way." Li Shang looked sad. Being immortal sounds good, but it may not be good. Moreover, all of this relies on the soul pool. If the soul pool dries up one day, all of you will die together with it. Moreover, because of the limitations of the soul pool, your cultivation can't grow, and you will forever be stuck at the moment when you were alive. Lu Yi heard this and asked, "Is there a solution?" Li Shang had seen so many things and said so much, so there should be some clues. Li Shang said, "There is only one solution. Let me take them to the soul race's ancestral land. Only there can they be transformed into true soul race members and get rid of the shackles at hand." The soul race's ancestral land was a mystery throughout the entire starry sky. It was impossible for ordinary people to find it, let alone enter it. The cultivators of Immortal Essence City could barely be regarded as soul race members, and because of the agreement with Lu Yi, Li Shang came up with this idea. Otherwise, she would never bring outsiders to the soul race's ancestral land. Lu Yi bowed deeply. "Please help us, fellow Taoist. No matter what price you have to pay, this realm is willing to accept it." Li Shang shook her head and said, "You saved me from the sea of bitterness, and I have no way to repay you. They are also my clansmen, so I should save them. Taking them to the ancestral land is not a problem, but there is a problem at hand." Zhang Zishan's expression turned solemn. "Please speak, fellow Taoist." Li Shang said, "You left your soul imprints in the soul pool, so unless I take the entire soul pool away, there is no way to take you all away." Lu Yi asked, "Can't the soul imprints be removed?" Li Shang said, "It is not difficult to remove them, but after removing them, they will become rootless trees and water without a source. They will not be able to survive for long." Chapter 1577. The reason why the Immortal Essence Guards of Immortal Essence City could exist for so many years was because of the Soul Pond. The Soul Pond contained the entire 9 regions' soul cleansing water, which was the foundation of their immortality, but now it had become a hindrance. Once the soul seals they left in the Soul Pond were stripped away, they would not be able to last long without the support of the Soul Pond. Hearing this, Lu Yi also felt a bit awkward. He really didn't know how to solve the current situation. While he was thinking, he suddenly saw Li Shang's thoughtful expression, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He quickly asked, "Does fellow Taoist have any ideas?" Li Shang was silent for a moment and then said, "In fact, it's not difficult to solve this problem. Your soul seals rely on the soul pond, so the soul pond can't be taken away, so you just need to find a suitable object to rely on as a carrier. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist." Zhang Zishan looked solemn. Li Shang said, "The simplest way is to let the many soul bodies of this city hide in other people's spirit seas. In this way, they should be fine in a short time. Lu Ye's eyes lit up when he heard this. He suddenly remembered that Li Shang sometimes hid in his own spirit sea. Since Li Shang could do it, then the immortal essence guards should be able to do it too. Li Shang, however, changed the topic, but in this way there will be a certain burden on the carrier because they are different from the real soul race. They need to draw a certain amount of spiritual energy from the carrier to maintain themselves. Lu Yi said, "It doesn't matter. There are many star mansions in this world. Although there are many immortal essence guards, the pressure on each person should not be great. Moreover, I also have spirit refining grass. When the time comes, as long as I distribute some, they can replenish their spiritual energy at any time." Li Shang smiled bitterly and said, "If that's the case, then there's no problem. But outsiders are not allowed to enter the ancestral land of my soul race. Even if we use this method, we can't take them to the ancestral land." Lu Yi was startled. He had forgotten about this. If he really did as he said just now, then he would need a lot of star mansions to follow Li Shang to the ancestral land of the soul race and then settle down the immortal essence guards. But now they couldn't even enter the ancestral land of the soul race. So how could they settle down the immortal essence guards? "Can't you make an exception?" Lu Yi asked. "I can guarantee that even if the constellations of this world enter your ancestral land, they will definitely keep their mouths shut and not reveal a single word to the outside world." Li Shang shook his head. "These are the rules of the soul race. I am just a star constellation. I cannot make such a big decision. If I rashly bring outsiders to my race, the best result would be you being imprisoned for life, or even killed by the masters of my soul race." Lu Yi frowned. Things were getting a little difficult. Zhang Zishan suddenly said, "As for the carrier, fellow Taoist, can you take a look at this and see if it's usable?" With that said, Zhang Zishan suddenly reached out and grabbed at the soul pool. Immediately after, the clouds inside the soul pool churned and an item flew out and was caught by Zhang Zishan. Lu Yi looked over and realized that this thing looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After taking a closer look, he suddenly remembered. "Isn't this that myriad soul banner?" Li Shang also recognized this item and immediately showed a look of hatred and disgust, asking in confusion, "How did you get such an evil item like the myriad soul banner?" Feeling his emotions, Lu Yi hurriedly explained, "Fellow Taoist, don't misunderstand. This item was not refined by the cultivators of this world. It was seized from someone else back then. The source of this thing was the woman named Saning from the Qingli Dao world. At that time, the people from the Qingli Dao world found the Wushuang continent and broke in to kill. Many cultivators from the 9 states who were training themselves on the Wushuang continent were killed by Saning and the others, and their souls were refined into the banner. Later, Lu Yi brought people from the 9 states to rush over, killed Saning, and seized the myriad soul banner. After that, the 2 Yueyao from the Qingli Dao world brought people to settle the score. As a result, Lu Yi killed Qin Yuandai with a red talisman and was chased by Tang Jun. At that time, after killing Saning and seizing the myriad soul banner, Lu Yi did not know what to do with it. If he destroyed it, the souls of the cultivators from the 9 states would also disappear. However, it was not appropriate to keep it. Just as Nian Yuxian needed to return to the 9 states to bring people to support, Lu Yi asked Nian Yuxian to bring back the myriad soul banner. Now it seemed that Nian Yuxian should have obeyed his instructions and left it in the 9 states. Then it was sent to the Immortal Essence City by Xiao Jiu and placed in the soul pool. If Zhang Zishan had not taken it out, Lu Yi would have almost forgotten about it. Seeing the myriad soul banner, Lu Ye's eyes lit up. Li Shang said that the Immortal Essence guards needed a carrier after their soul seals were stripped. It was not appropriate to let the cultivators of the 9 states become their carriers, so the myriad soul banner seemed to be a good choice. If so, then the unintentional act of that year could now become a life-saving straw. After listening to Lu Ye's explanation, Li Shang's expression eased. The myriad soul banner was as notorious as the insect race and the blood race in the starry sky. Any cultivator who cared about their reputation would not casually refine this thing, because if this thing wanted to grow, it needed to kill too many people. Many times it even needed to sacrifice the lives of a realm to make the myriad soul banner grow. As a member of the Soul Clan, Li Shang especially hated this thing, because in ancient times many cultivators who refined the myriad soul banner liked to catch the Soul Clan and use them as the main soul in the banner, which could increase the power of the myriad soul banner by 20%. If it's this thing, I can give it a try. Li Shang took the myriad soul banner in his hand and looked at it carefully, then looked at Zhang Zishan. May I ask the city lord, how many soul bodies are there in this city? Zhang Zishan immediately reported a number. 13,229 people. Lu Yi was shocked. Although he knew that there were many Immortal Essence guards in the Immortal Essence City, he did not expect there to be so many people. Regardless of the cultivation level of these ancestors, they were all willing to sacrifice their lives for righteousness. It was hard to believe what kind of environment they were in at that time that made the whole city united. Li Shang said, "The number is a bit too much. The quality of this myriad soul banner is not very good. The refiner's technique is flawed, so it probably can't accommodate so many soul bodies. I will take this banner first. It may be useful after I refine it." Lu Yi was surprised. "You know how to refine the myriad soul banner?" Li Shang said, "There are some records in the clan. Back then, my soul clan clashed with many cultivators who refined the myriad soul banner and even caused a great battle. In that battle, my clan suffered great losses, but we also seized many myriad soul banners, so it shouldn't be a problem to refine it again. However, I need some help from your cultivators." After all, she was not a true weapon refiner. Even if the refining technique of the myriad soul banner was special, she still needed someone to help her. "No problem. Tell me who you need, and I will ask them to cooperate with you." Lu Yi quickly agreed. There were now 1,500 people in the 9 continents constellation, and there were talents in all aspects. Even if they could not be the main force, it would not be a problem to help out. Zhang Zishan bowed deeply to Li Shang. "If the problem of the Immortal Essence Guards can be solved, then you will be the benefactor of all the Immortal Essence Guards. If you have any orders in the future, the Immortal Essence Guards will not dare to disobey." Li Shang smiled and shook his head. "You don't have to be so polite. Like I said, strictly speaking, you are also my clansman. The number of the Soul Clan is not large. If I can bring you to the ancestral land, it will be a good thing for my Soul Clan." The matter of the Immortal Essence City was solved, and Lu Yi was in a good mood. It was not in vain that he had spent so much to bid for Li Shang. Now, there was finally a good result, and he could finally answer to the Immortal Essence City and the Immortal Essence Guards. As for the fact that this secret realm would never reappear after the Immortal Essence Guards left, it was just a small matter. This secret realm was originally used for Spirit Stream realm cultivators to gain experience, so it did not matter if there was one less place. He took Li Shang and Yaya out of the Immortal Essence City and carefully discussed with Li Shang for a while. Then he began to send messages everywhere, gathering suitable people to help Li Shang refine the myriad soul banner. According to Li Shang's estimation, it would take about a month. After sending Li Shang to one of the most famous armor-refining sects in the 9 states and settling him down properly, Lu Yi returned to the Jade Blood sect with Yaya. As soon as they entered Ao Mountain, their hearts skipped a beat and they looked forward with joy. Yaya felt something in her heart. Riding on Lu Ye's neck, she shaded her eyes with her hands and looked forward. In front of them, a white light flashed from the direction of the central guarding peak. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was full of vigor. In the blink of an eye, it came close and revealed its figure. It was a big tiger whose whole body was as white as jade. The word king was clearly visible on its forehead, and it was fierce. Its 2 tiger eyes showed an orange-yellow luster, as deep as an ancient pool. Hoopa! After not seeing him for many years, Hoopa had obviously become bigger and more familiar. The chi and blood around his body were abundant, and his demonic power was rolling. The aura emitted from his body had clearly reached the level of a constellation. Riding on Hoopa was a petite figure. Almost at the moment Hoopa stopped, the figure leaped into the air and pounced straight at Lu Yi. Lu Yi laughed and opened his arms, hugging the figure in his arms. Then he spun several times on the spot, almost throwing off Iya, who was riding on his neck. In a panic, Iya hurriedly grabbed Lu Ye's hair with both hands. The little person hugged Lu Yi very tightly, as if she wanted to melt into his body. All of a sudden, the little one began to wail loudly. He was extremely sad. Lu Ye's heart ached, and he hurriedly comforted her. "Don't cry, don't cry. Such a beautiful little girl won't look good when she cries." Yi ignored him, still crying heartbreakingly. After a long while, she choked with sobs and asked, Lu Yi, where did you go?" Although after Lu Yi was promoted to a constellation, they were rarely together. Even if they were not together, Yi could at least know about Lu Ye's recent situation. However, since 6 years ago, there had been no news of Lu Yi. This feeling made her feel terrified and uneasy. Even if she could confirm that Lu Yi was still alive through Hoopo's life and death, without seeing Lu Yi, her heart would always feel empty. The only thing she could do was cultivate and cultivate again, hoping that one day she could become strong enough to personally enter the starry sky to find traces of Lu Yi. Therefore, since she was promoted to a constellation, she had never returned to 9 regions. She had always been wandering the starry sky with Hoopa and a few other companions, searching for spiritual jades to cultivate. Not long ago, there was suddenly news that Lu Yi had returned to 9 regions. Only then did they rush back without stopping. Chapter 1578. Under normal circumstances, Yi and her team would not have been able to return to the 9 states in such a short time because they were too far away. Fortunately, they managed to contact the starship of the 9 states on their way back, which saved them a lot of time. Yi wailed. No matter how Lu Yi comforted her, it was useless. He could only hug her tightly and let her vent her feelings. Hoopa moved closer and nuzzled his head against Lu Ye's body. His throat was making purring noises. This was how this guy acted when he was acting spoiled. Yaya's eyes lit up. She clapped and cheered, "Big tiger!" With that, she climbed down from Lu Ye's neck and rode on Hoopo's back. Hoopa wriggled a few times, then ignored her. Hoopa was very intelligent. If it were anyone else, he would definitely not be happy. However, both he and Yi had already received information about Yaya from Hua Si. They knew that although this child looked like a child, she was actually a sunshine warrior. Who would dare to offend her? Yaya lay comfortably on Hoopo's back, a satisfied expression on her face. Yi cried for a long time before she slowly stopped. However, she was still choking with sobs. Lu Yi grabbed her arms and placed her in front of him. "Let me see." Yi pouted and stared at him. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. She looked lovely in the rain. "You're still so small." Lu Yi looked at her with a smile. Yi was annoyed. "So what if I'm small?" "I'm small." She knew that Lu Yi had 2 hobbies, big and round. This was probably something she would never be able to touch in her life. Being small has its advantages. Lu Yi rubbed her little head. "I'll bring you with me wherever I go. I can put you in my pocket." Yi's eyes lit up. "You said it. If you dare to go back on your words, I'll. After thinking for a long time, she could not think of anything to threaten Lu Yi. Suddenly she had an idea. "I'll ask Sister Hua Si to deal with you." Lu Ye's face suddenly turned bitter. He said earnestly, "Yi, my name is Lu Ye and yours is Lu Yi. We are a family. Hua Si is an outsider. If we have any problems, we can solve them internally. Don't bother outsiders. It will make our Lu family seem insensible." Yi was even happier when she heard that. Her eyes turned into crescents. You have a point. While the two of them were talking, a few more silhouettes flew over from the Zhangshou peak. Lu Yi put his arm around Yi's shoulder and looked over with a smile. When he came back, he didn't see Yi and the others, so he asked Shui Yuan and learned from second senior sister that the members of the 9th team of the Law Division of the military province had been promoted to Constellation 2 years ago. They went to the starry sky together and hadn't returned yet. However, Shui Yuan told him not to worry. Although Yi and the others had not returned, there would be some news sent back every few days. Many of the 9 prefectures' constellations who were wandering the starry sky had seen them. Now that he saw them, he realized that the members of Team D9 had indeed been promoted to Constellation. Li Baxian, Feng Yuechan, Xiaoxinghe, Zhujia, and Lin Yinxiu were all here. Lu Yi even saw Lan Qiyue. In more than 6 years, these people's cultivation had grown tremendously. Firstly, their aptitudes were excellent. Needless to say, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan's aptitudes were top-notch in the entire 9 prefectures, especially Li Baxian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dominate the Spirit Stream battlefield for so many years. Zhu Jia was even more talented. Lin Yinxiu was Gan Wudong's daughter, so naturally she was like a tiger father, like a dog daughter. Lan Qiyue was even more special. As a human, she could actually become a member of the blood clan after refining the sacred blood. This talent wasn't something that just anyone could have. Among them, the one with the worst aptitude was probably 3rd senior brother Xiaoxinghe. However, that was only relatively speaking. In addition, after the 9 prefectures became a large domain, the cultivation environment was better than before. It was naturally easier to accumulate one's foundation, which led to the scene of them all being promoted to Constellation. Not only them, but many Constellation seeds and Constellation seeds emerged in the new generation. In the next 10 years, the 9 prefectures would give birth to even more Constellation. Looking at everyone, Lu Yi had a smile on his face. He cupped his fists and bowed. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Everyone returned the greeting. Li Baxian smiled and said, Little junior brother, you left for so many years. Yi was worried sick. Yi hurriedly said, 4th senior brother and the others were also very worried about you, but they didn't say anything. Instead, they often came to comfort her. Senior brothers and sisters, thank you for your concern. Lu Yi had a guilty expression. However, at that time he was being chased by Tang Jun and was stranded in the insect path. He didn't have any chance or channel to send a message. Yi wasn't the only one who had been worried about Lu Yi all these years. Hua Xiai might have appeared calm when Lu Yi returned, but in reality, she just didn't show it. Her worries over the past few years were no less than anyone else's. It's good that you're back. Li Baxian nodded. Don't just stand here. Let's talk when we get back. 2nd senior sister and junior sister Hua Xiai just made a lot of delicious food. Let's talk while we eat. Lu Yi winked at Li Baxian. I brought back a lot of good wine from Wanxiangxi. Li Baxian's appetite was immediately aroused. Then I'll have to try it. On Shoujin Peak, Shui Yuan and Hua Xiai had indeed cooked a table of delicacies. Lu Yi took out a spiritual fish he caught from the 10,000 Elephant Sea from his storage ring and gave it to them, asking them to think of a way to cook it. Outside, everyone sat in a circle, stuffing food into their mouths as they chatted with each other. However, most of the time it was Lu Yi who was talking. Everyone listened. The more they understood, the more they yearned for a place like Wanxiangxi. They couldn't wait to go over and see the magnificent scene over there. The banquet lasted for a day and a night. The wine Lu Yi brought back from Wanxiangxi was almost finished. Even the spirit fish and shellfish caught from Wanxiangxi were mostly eaten by everyone. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone found a place to meditate and cultivate. There was no other reason. The spirit fish and shellfish brought back by Lu Yi contained a lot of energy. If they didn't hurry and refine it, it would inevitably cause some wastage. Li Shang led a few constellations of the 9 regions who were proficient in refining tools to refine the 10,000 soul banner. A large number of constellations gathered in the 9 regions garrison hall every day to discuss the allocation of quotas for Wanxiangxi. There were too many people who wanted to go to Wanxiangxi, but there were only so many quotas. Who would go and who would stay became a problem. Moreover, not only in the 9 regions, but also in the Wushuang continent, there were even fewer quotas to be allocated. On the green bamboo peak, Hu Pa was sleeping soundly on the ground. Yaya was lying on its back with her arms and legs spread out. She was sleeping soundly, saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. Yi stood at the side to watch over them. In the empty square in front, 3 figures were moving and intertwining. It was Li Baxian and Xiao Xinghe working together to fight against Lu Yi. Lu Ye's long saber was not unsheathed, and his cultivation was suppressed to the early stage of constellation, the same level as 3rd and 4th senior brother. Even so, he seemed to be at ease in a 1 versus 2 situation. In the middle of the fight, Li Baxian and Xiao Xinghe suddenly stopped, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Little junior brother, is this the leaping technique you mentioned?" Li Baxian asked. "Yes." Lu Yi nodded. In the inheritance, he had only comprehended Qing Li's bearing fangs and Yan Shi's leaping technique. He had yet to fully comprehend the essence of Qing Fu's dual sabers. Compared to Qing Li's bearing fangs, Lu Yi felt that Yan Shi's leaping technique was more beneficial in battle. It was like lightning coming and going freely. If he encountered an enemy he couldn't beat in the starry sky, Qing Li's inheritance might not be useful, but Yan Shi's leaping technique would definitely be useful. If he couldn't beat the enemy, he could always run. Lu Yi intended to impart the subtleties of leaping technique to Li Baxian and Xiao Xinghe, which led to this fight. Xiao Xinghe was the same as him, a weapon cultivator who used sabers. There was no doubt that he was suitable to cultivate leaping technique. Although Li Baxian was a sword cultivator, he was still a weapon cultivator in the end. If he could learn a thing or two from leaping technique, it would only be beneficial to him. Interesting. Li Baxian's eyes lit up. He was obviously interested. He and Xiao Xinghe had also used leaping technique during the battle, but it was completely incomparable to Lu Ye's leaping technique. Again, Xiao Xinghe raised his long blade, and as soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed towards Lu Yi. Although he was only a star constellation, he could tell that this technique was extremely profound. Lu Yi had spared no effort to personally accompany and teach them. So how could he miss such an opportunity? Days passed, but the 3 figures on green bamboo peak never stopped leaping. Shui Yuan and Hua Si would cook delicacies with the spirit fish and shellfish that Lu Yi brought back from the 10,000 Elephant Sea every day. In just a short month, everyone felt that they had gained a lot. Li Shang sent a message that the 10,000 soul banner had been reforged. He needed to make another trip to Immortal Essence City. Lu Yi hurried over and brought Li Shang back to Immortal Essence City. Compared to a month ago, Immortal Essence City was much quieter now. The secret realm had been closed, and the Spirit Stream realm cultivators who came in to gain experience had also left. Beside the soul pool of the city lord's mansion, Li Shang directly took out the 10,000 soul banner. Lu Yi looked over and found that the reforged 10,000 soul banner didn't look much different from before. Of course, this was only on the surface. He didn't understand the mystery behind it, so he couldn't see much. The banner fluttered, and Li Shang nodded slightly at Zhang Zishan. Zhang Zishan took a long step forward and gently stroked the soul pool. Ripples spread everywhere. Then illusory figures rushed out from the soul pool and entered the 10,000 soul banner in Li Shang's hand. At first glance, this scene was quite gloomy. After all, the souls sleeping in the soul pool were all souls that had lost their physical bodies. However, These souls were all ancestors who had sacrificed their physical bodies for the peace of the 9 regions. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't too gloomy. There were more than 10,000 souls, and it lasted for half an hour before it ended. When the last soul rushed into the 10,000 soul banner, Lu Yi felt that the dense black gas on the 10,000 soul banner was so thick that it was almost solid. Zhang Zishan bowed to Li Shang. "I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist." Li Shang nodded slightly. "Don't worry, City Lord. I will bring you to the ancestral land of my soul clan." Only then did Zhang Zishan enter the 10,000 soul banner and disappear.